by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regards to churches' ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered. The authorities come in. They cut heads off. They torture the Jews. They set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels, but that's essentially the typical story of a host desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from the host for the fear that this kind of violence would erupt. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because, on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really kind of lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France, and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped host desecration stories. And many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of controls, these kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigiosus that can grow on the specific types of wafers that are commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so you can imagine that, they're holding these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it, and then when the priest opens it up and sees that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. You see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century, anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more inner credulity to book that. And that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. It was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crisis. And so they issued local municipal currency, which is called at the time ROTHSCHILD, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, let's say God forbid, the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would, hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what ROTHSCHILD is intended for, and we actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk, and you say, "Here, kid," and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century host desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table, and on one side they're eating the Seder, on the other side they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner. Just shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that it even appears in the 20th century. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to more social history, specifically the history of Jewish families. Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Maybe like super Adderall, but Adderall teenage working. Million prescriptions of Adderall given in this country every year. Kevin McGinnis told me before I came here, I was like, "You got any advice for Joe Rogan?" He said, Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad slam 3 beers and eat an Adderall. I was like, no. Broad strokes. Going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300, and but I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either, until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use
How are you?
in medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all,
I'm uniting the world through
as you will recall when we were
language.
discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier.
Pardon me? I'm uniting the world through language, making sure everyone's aware of the dangers of the term known as Parthian. Thank you. I was trying to think how I said it. Yeah. So if I can unite people on a Parthian, then who knows? How are you?
I'm good.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Yeah. I actually, there's like these YouTubers I watch. One of them is named, his name's like Scam Likely, and he posts all these funny videos of like, his most popular ones are like how to get chicks when you're like down really bad, and he'll just like give these like weird suggestions, like go on Facebook Marketplace, look for a girl who's like selling a ring, message her to meet up in person, and then go riz the shit out of them IRL, or go to like a massage parlor on the apps, or fucking what was it? He just has these fucking funny suggestions, like one of them was go become like a DJ photographer so that you get into like the clubs and events for free and shit, and then snap a bunch of pics of these like hot girls who want to be seen at the DJ club, and then you get their information and then like send them a photo, and then afterwards you can start rizzing. But
this all sounds like terrible advice. Does any of it work?
We're gonna see. I did a castle of wine out there to some really hot chick who was selling jeans. And
are you gonna ask, can I get in those jeans?
Yeah, hopefully.
There you go. Did you watch UFC? No, because you suck dick. Did you accept my invitation for Karam? No, because you suck dick.
I will in just a moment.
You're gonna watch the whole UFC in just a moment?
No, except the Karam invite.
Is it Karam or Karam? Neither of us know. It's like apartheid or apartheid.
Aram sounds like shit.
Karam?
Why would anyone say Karam?
Karam. Karam?
Yeah, Islam, Karam, I don't know. Aaron, I don't know.
So
is it a boat or is it a Ba'at?
Is it a boat or is it a Ba'at?
Yeah. We'll never know. It's up for debate.
Oh, a Boat. I gotcha. Who knows? What I want to know is, did you watch UFC yesterday?
I'm not one of those people that drive around in like a pickup truck all recklessly, like honking for no reason and like cursing and hating the world because they have a small penis. So, no, I don't. I do not.
You're saying that people who watch UFC have small dicks?
Yeah.
You even said that you like it, and you like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm in the group too.
All right. Well, I like it, and I'm not in that group.
Okay.
What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
Oh no, it's Frost. Bro.
Yeah.
I thought that dude fucking went A1.
He came back.
Frosty, thanks for abandoning us for like several months, worrying about you sick every night.
No, he told me he was going to be leaving, but I just didn't tell you.
Oh, why would you not? Where did he go?
That I don't know. He was just doing his own thing, which he may be doing right now. Frosty, we can't hear you if you're talking. Hey, Riser, you gonna take my Karam invitation?
Yeah, I'm just getting some food.
Karam? Yo, did you watch UFC? All right, sounds good, Frosty. Frosty and Zoot could get married. That's what they do. Zoot did that twice today. Except what Zoot will do is I'll be like, "Are you ready to get your ass kicked?" And he'll be like, "Yeah." And then I'll send him an invite, and then he'll leave. And I'll just have this random invite on my phone. And then he'll join it 6 hours later and win the game because I didn't even know we were playing. And I'll just open my phone and see that Zoot won. I'll be like, "What the fuck? Zoot never wins. What are you talking about?" So did you watch UFC?
Yeah, summarize it. Why?
All right, so it took place in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is near the hometown of Dustin Poirier. Do you know who Dustin Poirier is?
No one knows who that is.
I agree.
No one knows who Dustin Poirier is.
No, Poirier, I think. Anyway, he's allegedly like a top 10 all-time fighter, and he did such a good job for the UFC that Dana White said for his last fight they would have it in like his hometown. His hometown is Lafayette, Louisiana, which is close. Anyway, so he was fighting Max Holloway, who is the bantamweight champion or something like that. That was the title card. They had a bunch of cards up before then, and I watched them. I don't like when it goes to a decision. I like when somebody has to tap out or gets knocked out or something. But a lot of decisions. I'm sure they had women fighting, but I don't really like watching that. So I didn't watch. I watched all of the like main event things.
It's not like fucking figure skating where you just go to a panel of judges, hold up like a fucking eight. Like that.
I also don't.
Like, crushed, clear winner.
I don't I don't understand why they don't have it like an easier to understand scoring system. Like they're always like 46 to 48, 45 to 49, and it's like, what on what scale? It should just be on a scale of 100, and it should be like 51 49, 52 48. Like that makes sense to me, but it's not like that. So Max Poirier or Dustin Poirier, he's like repped by Theo Vaughn, who's also from Louisiana, and Dustin and Max Holloway, he is from Hawaii. If you're like, well, why are you telling me all this back information? I don't know, because I watched the fucking thing and they did all these things on them. So anyway, they fought and it was a super intense fight, and either one of them could have knocked the other one out, and eventually they gave it to Max Holloway, who was already the champion, and they had fought. This is the third time they had fought. The two previous times, Dustin Poirier won, but this time Max Holloway won, and then they had this like retirement ceremony for Dustin Poirier. Joe Rogan didn't do it. It wasn't one of the biggest. What do you call it? Pay-per-views. Pay-per-views. But I did watch it, and the one that I think might be really big is um, the one on July 4th, 2026, which is going to maybe be on the, or I think it's going to be on the White House lawn. And I think John Jones may come out of retirement to fight Tom Aspinall, which would be like a giant fight. It'd be like maybe one of the biggest fights ever. So if you're like, wow, you know a lot about this, no, I don't. I literally just learned this from like these stupid podcasts that I watch, or like Joe Rogan versus. Not even Joe Rogan talking about them.
Was this on like a few hours ago?
You mean the UFC?
Yeah, it was like tonight, right?
Yeah, it was Saturday night. And it also helps that I had a good stream. Like a lot of times I'll get these streams that go down halfway through the fight, and so I don't really know what happened and all that. But I got a good website. So I checked that out. I don't know if this is exactly true because my source for it is Brendan Schaub, who's like, you can't ever believe anything that motherfucker's saying. But on a given UFC, 80% of the people who watch it are pirating it. 80%. I believe
they charge $80.
Yeah. They just charge just absolute ridiculous amounts.
Just make it like $20 and then make more money.
Maybe not though, because like there are some people who are like, I'm just never gonna pay for that shit ever. So there are other people who are like, look, if you're gonna pay for it, or like if you're gonna have a party and you don't want to look like a cheap ass, then you're gonna pay for it, and we're gonna make you pay. So it'll be $80 or whatever. But then there are other people who are like, just like I am, who are like, I'm never gonna fucking pay for that shit. Like, there are so many other sources for me to watch it. Well, absolutely, I watch it, but I'm in a situation where I'm just not jumping $80 to watch two guys of whom I've never heard fight. So I watched like in perfect stream. It's like they've got to figure out a way to make it so that people can't do that, or else like I don't know how to stop it, but they're really strict about people doing it. But nevertheless, like I can tell you this:
if they could make the penalty for it like 9 years in prison.
Well, there's already that, but if you do it outside the United States, which a lot of these people do, then they can't come and get you, and there's not a penalty to watch it. So it's like,
they need to rewrite like the international law or something.
Yeah, good luck with that, dog. So then there is but whenever I watch them, I have to be very careful because I'm live streaming simultaneously, and because of that, the UFC more than any other sporting event will shut down my streams. They're like really, really strict. Even on like Instagram or TikTok especially. Like if I'm not showing it, it just is playing in the background like at a really low volume, and it'll get flagged and it'll shut everything down. Or I'll get an email that says like this live stream got a hook. Like usually it's not a copyright strike,
but it'll be like it can't be shown in these countries, in like 157 countries, because it was, it has so. I usually just watch it on my phone really close to my face and have the volume down so it's like it doesn't trigger any of that stuff, and that usually works. So I was able to watch it, and I I like the UFC. I used to not. I did not like it before I started live streaming, but then like when you live stream, you have a lot more free time, obviously, than like I normally did, and sporting events became cool to watch and everything. And then I really started getting into them about 2 or 3 years ago. Now I don't watch every single UFC. A lot of times I fall asleep for them, but I do. I watch. I try to watch the bigger ones, and they're exciting. They say that.
I don't know why not like friggin' hockey games or baseball games are like every day constantly with like multiple teams and shit. Like I feel like it could be on way more frequently because there's no way like there's not the amount of people there to like that would fight. There's like people in jail that like just got out that'll be fighters. Like there's no shortage of fighters, but there's like such a small quantity of actual UFC events.
Let's find that out. Well, there's one every weekend, but I get what you're saying. Why isn't there one every single day? Yo, dog, can you please tell me why there isn't, why there are not more UFC fights? Why there isn't a UFC fight like every single day? There are so many people in the world who want to fight, and why isn't it there? Why does the UFC have like a nightly fight? I know they have one every weekend, and then usually once a month. They get rid of the reality show, The Fighter, Ultimate Fighter, or whatever, because that seemed like a good way for people to get to know fighters, and that had fights like every day or whatever. And please answer it like Joey Diaz. It's Joey Diaz's impression is much better than William Montgomery's. Hey, come on, dog. Listen to Uncle Joey for a second here. You're sitting there wondering why the UFC don't got fights every day, like it's freaking Monday Night Raw 5 times a week. But let me break it down for you real quick. Fighters ain't effing robots, cocksucker. These savages go through 8 to 12 weeks of brutal fight camps. Punching, kicking, wrestling. They're living on boiled chicken and nightmares. You can't have them doing that every day of every week. Their bodies would collapse like a house made of coke mirrors and bad decisions. Matchmaking takes time, bro. This ain't bum fights in an alley behind the El Compadre, alright? The UFC has to do logistics. Match weight classes, contracts, injuries, visas, medical suspensions. Oh yeah, and they have drug testing. That would get really expensive. You think Dana White calls people up like, yo, fight tonight? This ain't the streets, dog. This is sanctioned violence. You'd water down the product. Every night, that's too much. It ain't special anymore. Imagine eating steak every night. I've actually done that for like years, and it's amazing. Um, it don't taste the same by Thursday, you feel me? UFC needs build-up, storylines, and hype. That's what makes you foam at the mouth when a pay-per-view hits. Why'd they drop the Ultimate Fighter? They didn't really drop it, cocksucker. It just got old. It ran for years, and at the start, fire. Straight fucking fire. You had dudes living in a house, cutting weight, fighting for their dreams, and sometimes for pizza. But after a while, same format, same drama, same kitchen fights. People stopped watching. Plus, now we got Dana White's Contender Series. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Which is the Ultimate Fighter, but no drunk drama, just straight hands. And real talk, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram Reels made it harder to sit down for 12 weeks of fighters beefing over who didn't clean the protein powder shaker. Real spit from Joey Diaz. Back in my day, you wanted to fight. You went to the bar, you smacked somebody with a shot glass, and the bouncer choked you out. Nowadays, these savages get a six-figure contract and a bonus if they knock your head in the F and 300 section. You want fights every night? Go to a Waffle House at 2 a.m. UFC is a business, not an ex-girlfriend with daddy issues. You understand me? So yeah, dog. There's a reason why it it's weekly. Why they keep it weekly to protect the fighters, build hype, and keep the product from turning into daily background noise. Now go smoke a joint, watch some old Wanderlei Silva fights, and remember, it's not about how often they fight. It's about who bleeds the hardest when it's time. You feel me? Um, I personally, I I think it does a very good job summarizing as Joey Diaz, and I agree with all that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Have you seen the Anderson
Silva?
clip where he like breaks his leg?
I'm gonna see it right now. So I don't know fighters that well. I probably I know maybe like 10 maximum. But I know their names a lot. Like when I hear the name, like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Okay. In December 2013 at UFC 168, Anderson Silva broke both bones in his lower leg in an incredibly rare occurrence when his kick was blocked by Chris Weidman. Last night at UFC 261, Chris Weidman broke his lower leg in the exact same way against Uriah Hall. Video and comments. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Yeah, their legs look like like broken legs. I don't know how else to describe it.
No. It's like he kicks this guy, and then like, oh, it's just so brutal to watch.
Hold on.
Like the commentators' reaction when they see the replay is like,
Oh.
they like just severed into like two pieces, and like
Yeah. It looks
he goes
like
to stand on his fucking back foot, and then there's like nothing there. It's just like
two
the
sticks.
bone is totally
Two sticks in a bag.
what?
It's like two sticks in a bag. Like if you were to take two sticks and put them in a bag, that like became his leg.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what it looks like. I mean, imagine you had one stick in a bag and then you broke it and then tried to stand on it. That's what it looks like. It's disgusting.
That was like one of like the most, I mean, very, very, very painful. And then you hear screams, and then like the doctor comes out, and he's like, okay, stand still, and then he's like, we're gonna like move your foot slightly, and he just like whatever he does, moves his fucking leg a bit. He just lets out the biggest fucking scream. It's like so. The audio is like painful to listen to. I pray to God that never happens.
Are you gonna join this Quran game?
Like it literally like snapped like a freaking matchstick.
Let's look up how to pronounce Quran. Yo, dog, how do you pronounce Karam? Is it like Karam or Karam?
I accepted your invite and the game has started.
It's what? No. I hate when. Tell me when my time's about to run out.
It's like already running out.
Shoot. Yo, dog, Karam, the board game, is usually pronounced Karum. Not even like Ram, it's Karum. Sounds like car run. Emphasis on the first syllable. So I think I'm going to call it Karam. Karum. Look how sick that shot was. Yo, dog, you have one that's just about to go in. Look how sick
Yeah,
this
you can
shot
hit
is.
it away.
Did you see how sick that shot was? Look how sick this shot is. Am I the cockiest motherfucker you've ever met? Dog, I think I'm gonna live forever and make you a trillionaire. I don't know. I don't know who else is cockier than that.
I mean, do you fully believe that, or do you have any doubts, or
No doubts.
are you like more of the power of belief?
100%. I believe it. I mean, I could die. I'm not saying I couldn't, but like I truthfully do believe life extension technology and mind uploading technology will allow me to live a digital immortality.
Yeah, I think it's a when, not if.
I'm in
But
agreement.
I think we're
I'm in agreement with you. Thanks, dog. Okay, this is an interesting one. Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon? Stop.
what?
Do you like Tim Dillon?
Yeah, I do. I listen to his podcast. Actually, he's one of the few select like in my 15 list of people I listen to in the podcast. So.
He's hilarious, and I'm with you on that. I just listened to his podcast this week from yesterday, and oh fuck, dude,
Nice on there.
dude, I was doing so well, and then these things keep popping up. Yeah, he's hilarious, and his podcast is so straight to the point, and like, yo, it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be in front of you wearing sunglasses with like a green screen.
Yeah, I'm surprised he rarely has guests on. Hardly ever. It's just him.
Right. For an hour, and I'm not going to interview anybody. I'm just going to tell you what I think about how shitty everything is. And I love it.
What? I thought you have to wait until it's fucking like the last one.
I thought you did. I still think you do.
No, it says, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
I did not think that.
No. But then I have to do it again, or I have to keep doing it. Like, basically, I have to get
sync all of them now.
Right, or else it goes back on the board.
You might be in a little pickle then. Why is it not on the board?
Dude, that's a good question. Why isn't it on the
We
board?
don't even know the rules. We've been playing it like
I know.
wait until it's the second last one.
I know. Where is it? So then how do you get it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter and it's just like the first one to...
Then I don't like playing with the queen because then it's kind of pointless. Then we should just play pool. Like the pool version of this.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe the queen will just come out of the nest.
I think you're I'm in agreement that could happen. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, are you serious? Are you for serious? That's garbage.
Fuck. My thing's kind of blocking it.
Your shit is a bucket shit, son.
Oh no.
I don't really know how to do this shot. Get it.
That'll work.
Word, dog. Look at this move. I wish I figured out like how to win.
Oh.
How to win with the
Shit.
red thing. All right, what kind you want to play? Freestyle
It'll
210.
let me win, but yeah, if you want to do that one,
What do you want to do?
do like a high, though, like not like the middle number, not like the 120 or like the 210 or 120.
210's the highest one.
Do like the second highest one.
160.
Sure.
I think that we are basically equal in this game. Like, I'm not better than you are, and you're not better than I am. But I have been winning a lot more games.
Oh, this one means think whatever color.
Word. Black is worth 10. White is worth 20.
Oh.
Stop. Drop. Let them down. Rub it up shop. Roll. Roll. That's how Rough Riders roll. Do you like DMX?
I don't know. I don't listen to his music, but isn't it like very like, but rap stuff? Like, you think that guy's like rapping from jail?
That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah, he died during the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't feel he was like they would have made a bigger deal about it. He was a big rapper, and he had like one of the best rap voices ever. He has this really raspy, like mean sounding voice, and then he died, and nobody like cared. But I still care. I care about you, Dogman X. Get it, baby.
Stay out.
Let's see if we can get that
You
red.
get one where I'm gonna. Oh my god.
Stop. Drop.
Go
Let it
for the
down.
red one.
Open up shop.
Red
Whoa.
one.
Fuck yeah.
No, you should go. Stay.
That's
no.
how Rough Riders roll.
Oh, I'm so
Stop.
dead now.
Drop. Let them down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Nice. I literally got one turn.
That was a really good game. I mean, for me. All right. What do you want to play?
Yeah.
Classic, pool, freestyle, 120,
We can
160.
do another one of these. This 160 game because I'm not happy with that result. I was 16 to 1. I got smoked.
That's true. I don't like the red being worth so much. Like, it's kind of unfair it's worth so much.
Yeah. Yeah, it really sways it. They could have made it work like
30.
I mean, I guess that's the skill.
Yeah, but I mean, I got really fortunate. I didn't even mean to hit that red one in the last game, and it just kind of just eked in there.
That sealed my fate.
And then I had to cover it, which I still don't understand. Oh, there you go. So you got a fortunate bounce right there. What? Up, put it down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. No way. Dude.
Shit.
Am I even going to get to go? Am I even going to get to go?
I mean, I haven't got the red one yet. So let's try it. Fuck. Oh no, they're just stay. Please. Nice. Oh no, he's in the zone, folks.
Stop. Drop. Let it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa.
Cover the queen. Better pray that.
That's how Rough Riders roll. And dedicating every shot to rappers. It's so funny.
This one's for Piggy.
This one's for DM. Let them down, open up shop. This one's for Puff Daddy. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, I just destroyed you.
What's up, fuck?
I didn't miss.
Yeah, this rematch.
Freestyle 160?
Yeah, I'm just warming up. I've only played this few games.
I think it's a disadvantage to go
Going
first.
Is a disadvantage or advantage?
Disadvantage, totally. I've never seen anybody make it on the first one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a disadvantage.
It's a huge disadvantage. Oh, that was kind of a smart play. That was a really smart play. Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. I want to know the statistics on this game. Like, if you get the red one in, what are the chances that you win? It's got to be like 90%.
Yeah, I agree.
Stop. Drop.
There you go.
Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa.
No, I feel like, I don't know, I got like unlucky with this game where it's like I have like no good shots.
Bank it. Oh.
Oh no. Somehow the red one's out there.
Dude, I don't have any good shots.
There's several good shots there.
None. Get in.
There's an abundance of good shots there.
No way. I don't see them. Stop. Drop.
Yeah, when they're in a clump, it's like can't really do much.
Oh no. Go,
No,
baby.
no.
Go, baby. Fuck. Oh, no way. You got the red one and the white one?
Now it's gonna be like hard to lose, but it's still possible because I could give you a turn and then I never get another turn again.
Fuck, man.
Freaking Quran expert. Fuck.
Yeah, but all these things are fucking jammed together. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, these are like the situations where I'm like literally no good shot except pray.
Okay, you won. You're gonna get that white bitch.
Too
Stop.
easy, dog.
Drop. Let him down. Open up shop.
Oh my god.
This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh.
We popped it. First chance. Oh my lord.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Dude, what the fuck? There aren't any good shots.
You have to bank it. I saw. Oh. Not like that.
That's it.
Go. Final hand. You are not doing too well that game.
Right. I didn't have any good shots. I need the shots to be like open. It's all because of how you started, which was genius. In fact, why don't I just do this?
It's like the mini golf. Like, break them up, big dog. Don't be shy.
X gonna give it to you.
Going for the easy pickings.
Stop.
You're gonna have to still break up that clump eventually. It's whoever can get the red one.
Basically. Stop.
I wasted my turn. Let the game go forward.
Get it.
Take all that
Get it.
shitty black, white shit. I'm going for the red one.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you're looking a little bit pain here. Let's see.
You don't have any.
Oh, yeah.
Now you don't have any good shots.
Oh,
No good shots.
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Nope. Impossible.
Fuck.
Dude, you just gave me the game.
I may have done that. I had to risk it.
Stop.
That was
Drop.
bullshit. I don't know how to play.
Settle down. Put it
No,
up. Shot.
you didn't want to break up the ones in the middle. So
I mean, I did. I'm the first person who knocked around
no,
anything.
you didn't break them up.
Yeah, I did. X gonna give it to you.
Alright, break them up again. It's like the same tactic as mini golf on the find the hole, or any of the holes where you have to contribute to knocking down things.
I want to see somebody win without getting the red one, and the other person got the red one. Watch this bank shot.
Oh.
X gonna give it to you. Stop.
Good dang, go.
No way.
Oh my.
Huh. This is a tough shot. What a bank shot. What a bank shot. It's one of the best shots I've ever had.
That was nice. That was beautiful.
Newfie.
Oh, thank you.
Dude.
Needed that. I have like 8 down to get.
How are you? Oh, fuck. No way. No way.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
Oh my god.
Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. You're done. You're done. You're done. You, my friend, are done. You're done.
Go in. Oh, the white one. Oh, the white one.
Stop. Oh, no.
Oh.
What a major miss.
Let's go.
Go, go, go.
Stay. There you go. I thought it dropped.
Big points. Big points. 120. Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa.
Fuck.
That's a Rough Riders roll.
No.
Okay, this would be the best comeback in this history of this game.
No.
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 Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Oh. Fuck.
Should be able to close this one.
Easily. Karam. Are you gonna accept my invite? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just.
It's called Karam. Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop.
Hey, can I tell you a joke that I think Zoot should do for his stand up on his opening?
Yeah.
It goes like this. Justin Bieber recently dropped an album, and like most albums, there's like 3 songs that were good, and the rest kind of sucked, and there was like 4 meaningless, stupid interludes that didn't need to be in there, but there were some beautiful songs. Now, people hate on Justin Bieber, and I get that, but to all those salty, jealous Justin Bieber haters out there, fuck you. This album is fucking fire, and joke's on you, because I'm gonna go suck the jizz out of my boyfriend tonight.
I like it.
Yeah, it's the album, and then admitting to being gay.
I like it.
I'm saying in your face.
Did you start?
Yeah, you're supposed to serve.
I was looking at the stuff you could buy. It's like different colored strikers and stuff.
This game actually makes money.
Oh, for sure.
Play-Doh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of money.
Really?
Yeah, could you imagine some nerdy kid who wants to impress some chick? So he buys like a board or something?
Buys the Quran board for Christmas.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Put it up. Shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll.
Do you watch Mr. Beast at all? Ever?
No, he sucks.
Wow, really? As a fellow viral YouTuber,
Yeah,
you're gonna say that?
I'm bigger than he is. I have more
I
content.
know you're basically on the same level as.
I have more content than he does.
I mean, he doesn't upload, like, he doesn't live stream. Imagine if he, like, started live streaming, how much money he would get.
Right, all his shit is overproduced garbage.
I mean, is that your honest criticism?
I honestly haven't really ever watched any of his videos ever.
Okay.
Like, I maybe have seen.
You've never given him a chance, is what you're saying.
Yeah, never given him any. Yeah. I mean, I saw him on Kill Tony.
You saw him what?
On Kill Tony.
Oh, he went on Kill Pony?
Yeah, at their Madison Square Garden
No.
one.
What did the fucking Frosted Flakes tiger do to anyone?
What are you talking
He
about?
deserves to be murdered. You don't know Tony the Tiger, the Frosted Flakes?
Oh. I get it. Oh, get in.
Literally just set you up for the dub. Oh, Coke. Except now it's in your fucking corner, so I popped it up. Are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the Quran?
Yep. Oh, no way. Get it.
No!
That was tight.
Yeah, that's right. We heard the nerve.
This is easy.
This is an easy shot right here. High IQ newbie shot, as usual. I won. I didn't even get the red one. Oh, I whooped your ass. What the hell?
Yeah, so I watched him on Kill Tony, but he gave away like $10,000 to somebody whose dad was also on, whose dad got caught. It was a weird story. It was like his dad got split his dick open from fucking some chick too hard and had to get like stitches or something. Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw like that guy on Kill Tony?
Yo, Rabbi.
Yo. I did like 1,000 times.
It's not there.
Well, check again, son.
There we go. It's making you serve first every time, but...
No, it's random.
Well, the last, 8 times has been you, so it's not very good at being random. Why are you so afraid to serve?
I'm not. Oh, you're fucked. Oh, no way, you're gonna get in on the first one.
I got it in my first one on the very first time I served. I don't think I've done it since.
That shit's wild.
You also messed up the game type, I think. Yeah, you did not switch the game type, but that's fine.
What did you want me to switch it?
Like the white, black.
Oh, did you say that?
What?
Did you say that?
Yeah, I said it 8 times.
Lies.
Archied says otherwise.
What a shot.
Oh, bullshit.
What a shot, dog.
Yeah, anyways, I watched a Mr. Beast video today, and he was giving away this private, $2.5 million jet to this guy who's a pilot, and he basically
Go.
kept him in jail for 2.5
Wait,
months or something.
didn't your fucking thing go in?
What are you talking about?
Your slider went in.
No, it didn't.
Oh, it was really close then.
No, we're good. I would never allow that.
Dude, I know your slider went in.
Then how come I'm still going?
The
See,
game,
you messed up my concentration.
the
and
game
now
is
your
rigged.
Fucking game is off. You can't fucking do that. That is, if there's a ref here, he'd be throwing you out in the stands.
Come on, baby.
There's a pilot who's going to win a $2.5 million debt, and all he has to do is survive in the jet for 100 days, which is like over 3 months of like jail. He can't talk to his family.
Stop.
Puck should have went in there. But
Stop.
it's not that. Oh, it is that game type. Sure.
Look at these shots.
Yeah, because I actually broke up the fucking Karam.
I can't hear you over the sound of all these Karams going into the fucking hole.
They're not called Karam.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're called discs.
Yeah, that's right. I think they're called Karams as well.
No, no one said that.
The people who call it a Parthian do.
That's like one of my favorite new memes. Is that no one knows who that is. No one says that.
I made that up.
No one pronounces it that way.
I made that up. I think it's hilarious.
I know.
Whenever I want to say, I don't know what you're talking, I just say, no one calls it that. No one knows what you're talking about.
Even if they're like a very well known thing.
Right. Or like,
Goddamn.
nobody thinks that's cool. And then I'm just basically nobody. Oh, what a shot. No one likes that. Like Zoot will come in here and he'll be like, did you see Survivor episode 2? And I'll be like, nobody thinks that's cool. Those Survivors kind of cool. Or do you know who so-and-so is? I'll be like, nobody knows who that is. Gotcha. All right, you want to play the old-fashioned way?
Let's try pool, like actual pool.
Oh, okay. I'm terrible at this. I have played 22 times, and I've won 5. All right, 1v1 8-ball, random breaks, normal scoring.
Yeah, whatever. I want to see how awful. Hopefully it's not like darts, where it's just like, you literally can't control it. Oh, it's my turn to break, so I guess I'm going to do the... How do I actually shoot it?
There's like a thing on the side. You pull it back.
Oh, I should have aimed it.
I'm so shitty at this.
Yeah, go for the 8-ball. You get the 8-ball on, you get double points.
I told you I'm shitty at this.
What the hell is firing aim? What does that do?
Firing aim?
I should go for...
Stop. Drop. Oh, great. You know what's pretty good at this is Zoot. Okay, oh, fine aim. That's like if you want to put spin on it. Oh, did you see that go in and then come out?
Oh man, these pockets are not forgiving at all.
No, when you hit it too hard, that happens. And I always blast it as hard as I can in the hole. You know, that's just how I am.
Oh, isn't that shooting?
No way that goes
Go
in.
in.
No way.
Shit. I'm not used to the sensitivity.
That's what she said.
There
Okay.
you go.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh.
That's a Rough Riders roll. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. That's a Rough Riders roll. I'm going to dedicate my next shot to Aaliyah. Oh.
Who the hell is Aaliyah?
She died in a plane crash. She was an artist. Very pretty woman. She could have gotten it.
I understand. She died in a plane crash?
Yeah,
Or of the band?
it was a woman. She's like a female R&B singer. She sang a song. I don't know. She was a good dancer. I'm trying to think of the song she sang. She sang a bunch, but anyway, I'm in her subreddit. That's a miss.
Oh, I sure left it in a difficult place for you, but it seems... Yeah. We'll see if you pick up the easy shot. Nope. You should have gone for the green.
Oh, I didn't even see that one. I'm not good at this game.
Oh, this pocket will never bounce in? Okay.
Do you know who Nick Cannon is?
Yeah, he's like the worst father of the entire universe.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but he's got like a trillion kids. He had this song called Gigolo that I really like. It goes, oh, 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 oh.
Oh, he has music?
Oh, oh. Yeah, he also has a show in LA called it's the Nick Cannon Show. It's on Power 106.
Yeah, I should never give that guy a platform.
Look at this shot.
From downtown.
Fuck. I'm a gigolo, got lots of hoes. Can't tell otherwise, but I'm sitting on flow. Sitting on the one with the fresh clothes. Always surrounded by so many hoes.
Oh, two left. One of them is an easy one. The other one is also an easy one. Okay.
Are you proud of the way that you're playing?
I get to place it anywhere.
Yeah, dog. Place it wherever the fuck you want, son. Terrible shot. No, you can't hit the black one first.
Okay, I failed to hit a strike.
You have to hit a strike first, son.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I mean, we might have witnessed the greatest comeback in the history of snooker. Scratch. Oh, you almost fucked up, son.
Do you know what? If you scratch on the 8 ball, do you lose?
Yep. Which is a weird rule.
Yeah, that rule sucks. You know who's really good at billiards?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you guess. We mentioned his name in today. I'm almost certain I have. If not, I talk about him all the time. He's good at a lot of
Joey
things.
Diaz?
No, he's good at a lot of things.
Joe Rogan.
Word. No way.
Are you seeing his comeback?
No way, dog.
Are you seeing what?
You're fucked here, though. You're fucked here.
No. Oh, look at this fire IQ shit.
No way. Quit with this bullshit. Quit it.
Oh, I almost freaking dabbed on it. You like that angle. That was a newbie IQ angle right there.
I won.
Scratch. Oh my god. I should have just not hit the ball and let you hit it or something.
6.
Damn it.
Go to best shot. I do like this where they show you the best shot. My best shot was not even that good of a shot. It was like a really shitty shot. When
From 1 foot away.
okay, so you have the same one? All right. You want to play?
Cool.
You want to play cutthroat?
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Let's play 8 ball but trick shot. 8 ball but trick shot.
What the fuck does that mean?
I think you have to bounce it off the walls and stuff.
Oh no, we suck at this game. No. Why would you make it harder? Well, it's always my turn. What
Whoa.
the fuck was that? That's not what happened. I did an illegal break.
Why
I
would
do
you?
that every time when I play pool. I go for the second.
Oh, I fucking
Lose. Instant lose.
instant lose.
Wait, why are you rewarding him? The fuck?
This is gonna take hours. How did
What
you?
was wrong with that break? What game mode is this shit? That was also not good for some reason.
Oh, you! I bet you have to knock it off the wall.
I've never seen someone go for that. Oh.
The table is open.
That's what the bartender said.
What in the fuck?
That's what the waiter said.
Get in. Dude, I just gave you. Is this a trick shot? Combo shot. Riser stripes. It's got to be trick shots, dog.
No, it doesn't. What? What the fuck is a trick shot? Though?
It's got to bounce off something.
Why would you select that as a game? No.
To be sexy?
That wouldn't have counted.
Why?
Because you didn't bounce it off anything.
I bounced one ball off the other ball.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
So you either have to bounce it off the side rail, or off another ball.
This is going to be impossible.
It's going to take hours. One of us is just going to hit the 8-ball in.
It won't lose you the game, though.
Yeah, it does.
Oh.
You've got.
What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Fuck.
Did anything go in?
No. Alright, did you not see your shot?
No.
Oh, here we go. I have to not. Fuck this one.
You're good. There's no way you're going to get anything in, dude. Combo 20 plus 20. Riser pocketed the 15 ball.
Oh. I'm halfway done. Oh. He managed to get one.
Bank shot.
In a real game? What the fuck? I was at a bar with my buddy like a little while ago, and this fucking French guy, like, we were literally there to play pool, and he chicken finger and throw a dart. And this fucking French guy was just like hogging the table, the pool table, and like there's like a chalkboard where you go and write your names down on the board.
Right.
And it's supposed to be like, oh, you play a game, and whoever the fuck wrote their name on the chalkboard next gets to play, and you rotate through. But this French guy is just like, oh no, I stay at the table and we're doing like some King's Court type shit, and like you have to fucking play me.
Yeah. Wait, isn't that how it works? Isn't that how it works?
What do you mean?
Like, basically, you play on a table, and then somebody's got to beat you to get on the table next.
Wait, that's how it's supposed to work?
I think so.
How How is that like not? How is that fair for everyone and not just helping the best player hog the table?
I mean,
Is that how it works?
no, it could be played both ways. No. It could be played both ways. It could be played the way that you want, which is, hey, you just get to go, and then the next people get to play with whomever they want, and then the next people could play with whomever they want. Or it could be whatever King's Court is, where you have to beat that guy to get the table. No way.
Yeah, I mean that is some. There's just like, bro, I don't want to. I want to play with my friend. I don't want to play with like
Right.
random dude here.
And even if you did play him, like, what are the odds you're going to beat him if he's really good?
Yeah, I know. I lost, and I was like still there like 8 games later. Like, okay, but fuck.
Nice scratch, big man.
I played this game one time.
Combo shot.
There should be only bank shots and
That would be cool.
oh, fuck. Yo, this is like actually gonna take. Oh wait, maybe. That's gotta count. There
Kick
you go.
shot,
Next
dude.
shot, buddy.
That was great. That was really impressive.
Oh, maybe I can just go for like nick shots every time.
Kick shots. No, it had to hit the rail first.
Oh no, but if the ball bounced in from the corner pocket somehow, then it might work. Okay, thanks for the neck shot, buddy.
Why do you call it the nick shot? It's the kick shot.
That's what it says on the screen.
It said kick shot.
Let's see. Kick shot, my bad.
Dude, that was really good.
I mean, I'm somehow getting through this nightmare a little bit, but
You only need to get 2 more in. But your time is running down seriously. You're running out of time,
I
son.
just I gotta line it up.
You're running out of time, son.
Oh!
I dedicate this shot to Jewel. What? Combo shot. Scratch.
Why doesn't the ball come out if you scratch?
I don't know. Did you see how many times that ball went back and forth? Why didn't the ball come back out?
I guess you can scratch and just keep the ball. Because it's some trick shot shit.
I don't like that.
What do you mean? You just got a free.
I know. I don't think I should have gotten that. I would, if I could, I would take the ball out. No way.
Oh, I hit it too soft. Oh, game over.
You have a very difficult shot. You hit my ball first. Oh,
I
no,
don't
you
think
didn't.
so.
No, you didn't. You're right. I need a kick shot.
This shot's never Or that didn't count.
No, it didn't.
Why is the ball gone? What?
I think it's.
Why is the ball gone?
I think it's. You have to. I don't know.
No,
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you just lose the turn? Are you fucking serious? You just can't keep going. Oh.
Look at this bank. I have to do a trick shot because you have the lead.
No, I mean, you could just not do it and then hope I miss, which is pretty high probability. Grab. Grab, please. Grab. Oh, I can place it anywhere.
No way. No way.
Oh, except you get. Yes, place it anywhere for the 8-ball? Are you serious? This is how the game ends? Are you fucking kidding me?
But I think you win.
Oh, no. Okay.
You actually have a kind of difficult shot.
This is an easy shot.
Did you get any points on the last one?
Oh, you have to hit a fucking trick shot on the last one? Okay. Wow. Game just keeps getting better. Scratch.
No way.
Oh. This is gonna be impossible.
No, it's not. Got it. Stretch.
What? How is that not the end of the game? How?
It's trick shots, baby.
This is your demise.
No, it's not. Stop.
You're never. You have no chance to make this.
Pocket the 8-ball, son.
Oh, okay, it doesn't give you enough power in this game. In a real pool table, that would easily make. Okay, so I should have won twice now.
At least.
Let's go for the old Nick shot.
No way. Quit calling it Nick shot. It's kick shot.
That's the apartheid part of the.
The reason why I sent it to you is it said that William Montgomery might pronounce it that way.
Oh, did you see the screenshot I sent of William Montgomery in Edmonton?
Yeah.
He's like on stage and there's actually a huge crowd.
Oh! best shot.
Do the normal.
Let's see best shot.
Balance.
Oh, and I have the best shot. Didn't
The
I?
best shot was the one up.
Yeah, that 8-ball right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're never playing that again. All right, what do you
Oh,
want?
we play the fucking disc one. I love the disc one.
Car-
Disco.
Karam?
This one's fucking amazing.
Karam Pool?
No. I'm sending you an invite.
Disco? Dude, where's the invite?
I sent you an invite. There you go. I fucking love this one. There's so much strategy to it.
Word. And you have to be so good with the touch.
Oh no, I'm rusty.
Hi, Rusty. I'm Rabbi.
Are you sneaking at this? Like, get this bullshit out of here.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dog, I'm serious. I'm in that zone. Oh, there's a backboard at the back.
You lost. No doubt.
Oh, there we go. There we go. 2-1. Damn last time.
2-0.
No, it didn't fucking shoot hard. Alright, we're running that back.
You need one of the best shots of your life. I won 1-0.
Only one. That was a pretty good comeback.
I wasn't impressed. Oh, hey. There's a daily goal today. You have to win 3 games. And we have to play. Next game we play has to be bounce.
No, that game sucks.
I know, but just let me win so that I get the reward.
No.
Well, just play to be a nice person.
The game. Alright. Why do you need the reward?
Because then I get 100 tokens. You want to see something?
You paid tokens for that. I'm like,
Yep.
how many tokens do I have?
Click on your username and you can see.
Oh, big mess.
Nope, it's perfect. Oh, stay.
Oh, there we go. No.
It's 2-0. All right, bounce, baby. Two players. Easy. Riser. Let's go.
I'm gonna try and beat you.
I bet this game's super popular in the future.
No, it's the worst game of all time.
I love how this is like the easy mode, but it's still like really hard.
Do the hard mode?
Yeah. Dude, I'm playing like a G.
I'm right on your tail.
Yeah, you are.
Shit.
Fuck. Gotcha, baby. 300 points. I've never gotten one of the daily rewards.
Oh, that was not even.
You've never won?
The hard mode.
I got 100 coins. I got a WASD bubble. I don't know what that means.
Do it on like the hardest one.
Okay, I don't
And then
know.
I'll beat you.
Okay, you ready? Pro. You have an invitation. 4, 3,
Oh man.
2, 1.
Oh.
Fuck.
Good luck on the star one, buddy.
Oh, fuck.
No.
I like this one.
See you.
It's easy.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god.
Dude, this one's hard. Fuck.
I don't like the waiting part.
I know.
Oh, this one. No. Oh. Oh my god, I have to wait for the other one.
I'm fucked.
Go.
Dude, I'm
You
stuck.
got stuck one?
Yeah, I got stuck.
Oh, my LB fucking 80% of the way done. Oh my god.
Come on. Come on.
This is so frustrating.
Come on.
I tried. It's hurting.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up again.
No, come on.
Come on. This one's so hard. The angle's throwing me off. This one's so hard.
Gotta be patient. Sure. Oh my lord.
This one's so hard. You're fucked.
I was hovering in it for like a minute. I colored it.
This one sucks.
No! I got to the second one.
Oh no. Okay, I can get it.
No!
This is so hard. Fuck.
Oh, I did it.
Good job. You got your first win.
Oh, baby. Wow.
That-
That was excruciating.
Yeah.
My forearm hurts.
Play me in darts.
Oh, that one sucks. Hard for
Play me in darts first. Try to beat me in darts. Just all you have to do is beat me in darts. Dude, you're not bad.
No, it's way too sensitive. Am I supposed to go for certain numbers? Or
You want to get to exactly 0, not more than 0. Nice 25.
I shot it off the board. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's telling me where to aim.
Get that 20.
Let me bust.
You can't go over. Check out.
What that means.
You ready for?
I don't even know how to play, but rematch.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna show you how it's done, son.
0.
I dedicate this game to Zoot.
What the fuck? Wow. Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah, the inside ring is triple, the outside ring is double.
What do you mean? How did you go back? You hit the line. Isn't that good?
No, because it's times 3. So it's 3, and I went over.
Hitting the 1 at times 3?
The
Oh, you hit
the circle inside.
you hit the green thing twice?
Yep.
Fuck I'm up to it. I'm not up to it. Or 7. What do you mean that I went buck? I fucking ready.
Reload.
Somebody.
You're blocking your microphone. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Really? Still?
You're a little better.
It's working. I can see it working. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Are you fucking serious?
Because I'm a pimp.
Why is the game so short?
Well, we could make it longer. You want to make it longer?
Sure.
Okay, 501 pro double out, which means on the last one you have to get it in the outside ring. It means you can't end on like an even on an odd number.
They should just make it so it's like more rounds. Got the Midas touch over here. Fuck off. Oh my god. Ow! How did you do that?
You're down 103 points. I do this to Zoot to piss him off.
I thought you said Zoo was good at this one.
He is good at this one. But he's not good at... He's good at 100. He's not good at 500. Takes a lot of consistency. Good job. Good job with...
Got 60 there.
That was good. You're down 4.
There. Yes. Well, you're really going for that inner ring, man.
That's the best one to go, to which to go. It's triple 20. It's the highest thing you can get. You're down 110. You got a triple 20. Oh, dude, you just got 100. You're down 10. Great job, dude.
If I win here, oh my god, fuck off. Oh, you can fuck it up.
Correct. 20. 17. 20. That was good.
If you bust, do you lose?
No,
Or you just have to try again?
you just have to try again.
I could win it right here. No!
That's good.
I want to win it right 22. I could go for 211.
No, you don't want 211s. You want the outer ring on 11. Do you see it flashing?
I have to get the.
No, you can do something else. Now you have to get the 4s. The 4-1.
How is that even achievable?
Fuck. Just get the 4. Get the 1.
It's very difficult. It was harder than cool. I might actually still win here.
Oh, you're gonna win. Now get the 1. You got it. You won.
Yep, nice. Never playing that again. That sucked.
All right. Archery.
Target games, archery and dart.
Bitches call me Robin Hood because I be stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Would you take that? Would you take a 20, 26 right now? 8. You're down 18. 7. You're down 11. 7.
I can agree. Robin Hood. This better be good. See, I know that, like, I don't know, either the UI is funky or something's up, because you should not be able to, if you let the timer go down that far, it should be shaking so much that it's impossible to make the shot. I have to shoot it, like, very early on, before it's, like, halfway, or else it just gets too shaky and wobbly.
I'm a grown man, not B2K.
Your device is hacked or something. We're gonna lower that one.
You need 2 10s to be able to tie. Get it.
We just started. This is 2 out of 3.
Well, this round. Get it.
A little north. A little bit north. That was not at all.
You're done, son. It's over for you. You should probably hit those 3, the thing in the corner, the button with the 3 dots on it. Just press resign, because it's over, baby. Right now, you need 2 11s.
I've gotten 2 9s in a row.
Get a 10, baby. It's over. I've beaten you like 6 games in a row.
What are you talking about? I just beat you in darts.
No, in archery.
Archery, yeah, I don't know. Something is pain.
Yeah, we don't play that one where you do as many in a minute as you can do. That was sick.
Easy shot for Robin Hood.
That's a bullseye. That's bullshit.
There's actually a 9, unfortunately.
Fuck.
According to Play-Doh.
You made me
Oh,
fuck
fine.
up. You made me fuck up. Nine. Dude, you made me fuck up. Nine. Get a 6. 7. Alright, I need a comeback. Nine. Nine. I dedicate this shot to Zoot. 5. That was not good, dude. You need to miss. 8. You just need 2 7s. 8. Just get a 6. Tied going in the last one. 8. That's not good.
7. Here comes
6.
7. 6. 8.
7.
7. Oh, that's beautiful.
You might be able to beat me here. 9.
Laser precision.
You just need 2 6s. 9.
Again, upside down.
You need a 3. This game's rigged. 5. Rigged.
That'd be like 6 games in a row.
Fuck off. What are we playing?
Around.
Alright.
Master champion.
What do you want to play?
Individual.
Pool or classic? You're covering your mic, son.
I'm not covering my mic.
Now you're not. Now you're not. Now you're good.
Is my mic at the top?
It's got a little hole.
Yeah, you actually have to break it up full this time. You can't do that.
Did you see what I just did?
You tried to shoot it into the hole.
I hit it too hard.
That's what she said. See, now I'm trying to be the good guy and get some fucking doubles on the board. But,
Oh, fuck.
oh, there you go. Some karma, there you go. Have you seen Kenny versus Spenny, Rabbi?
Nobody knows what that is.
Oh my god, you haven't seen that show? It's so fucking... Can we watch it together and react? And that way nothing's demonetized?
Yeah, if you... Oh, it'll still be demonetized. I don't care about demonetization. I care about copyright infringement.
Okay. Oh shit, I gotta wait on it. I thought it was in fucking
Free for
other
all?
mode. Whoops. Oh yeah, okay. This mode, it may not matter as much if you break them up in the middle, because you can't just snipe any of them.
It's a good point. Good shot, dude.
That was like dedicated to my boy. What's his name? EXM.
DMX?
Or Exhibit. Yeah.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot, my favorite comedian. It's no longer William Montgomery.
He'll be on Kill Tony.
Oh, for sure. Look at this shot. Dude.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need the red one.
You're not hitting the red one, are you? Told you.
What's that, big dog?
You didn't hit the red one in.
What's that, big dog? I'm going for it now. I have to...
Yeah, but you're not going to get it now. You're
Who
fucked.
noticed that big sound before?
You're fucked.
Easy.
What does that do for you now?
Oh, I have to get all 5. Shit. It's been so long. Oh, I got the red one in.
Right, what does that do for you?
I don't know. I mean, no one knows how to play this game. You can read the rules, but
No.
I do with them. I want to see what happens if you win, because I already sent the red one. You have not. And I know that, like, I can win if I sink mine, but I want to know what happens if you win. Like, if you sink your 3 right now, do you win?
It's a good question. I just gave you a shot.
I want to find out what happens if you didn't sink the red one at all. That's it? And does the queen come out? No, the queen didn't come out.
The queen sucks.
What's the point of the queen then?
I guess it's just like an obstruction in the middle.
Do you have to sink it or no?
Yeah.
I mean, in the other one, it's worth 50 points, so you want to do your business.
Classic, pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210.
160. Go, 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 go. Oh!
Dude, what a great way to start. Maybe the best start we've ever seen.
never seen that.
No.
History of
That was amazing.
Iran.
That was amazing. I dedicate this shot to R. Kelly. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy.
Oh, you let Puff Daddy down. And then this one's for ASAP Rocky. Shot is for someone.
Dude, you're destroying me. What?
Clutch. Absolute clutch.
Dude.
Isn't it a fun feeling when like the other person you're playing against is just like draining them over and over and over, and you can just have to sit there and pray that they somehow miss one, even though they likely will not.
I dedicate
So
this shot
you-
to Puff Daddy.
Oh, I was on the way. Oh my god.
I dedicate this shot to Aphex Twin.
You have to think like
Aphex Twin.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You'd 8 in a row right now.
I dedicate this shot to Eve.
Aphex triplets. Apparently there are like some
I dedicate this shot to Missy Misdemeanor Elliott.
apparently there are like
I dedicate
twin
this shot
triplets
to Lil
that
Kim.
were born. I'm trying to spill you some Canadian history right now. Just want to hear it.
I dedicate this shot to
I tell you everything about this kid.
Nelly. Okay, now tell me everything you want about Canada. Tell me everything you want about Canadian history. What's your Canadian history thing?
There are these quintuplets born in Canada, like 5 identical twins. Like put in like the Montreal, like basically it's like human zoo, and people would come look at them.
When?
Isn't that fucked up? In like the 80s or some shit.
That's wild shit, dog.
Yeah, did you like the scrotum satchel?
What the fuck was that?
Do you know who the Liver King is?
Yeah, dog. He's a terrorist.
No one knows who that is.
That's true. I think it's hilarious that they consider him a terrorist. Like, come on, don't you have anything better to do than call that motherfucker a terrorist?
I don't get the meme or the lore. What are you talking about?
Which
Why is
he
Liver
like
King a
threatened.
terrorist?
He threatened Joe Rogan, and now he's in jail, and they let him out, and they
Oh,
charged.
he did?
Yeah,
No way.
yeah, he did. They charged him with terrorism.
No, they did not.
You think I'm making this up? He drove to Austin, Texas. You didn't hear about this?
No, what the fuck?
He drove to Austin, Texas. He went on Instagram Live and was like, Joe Rogan, I want to take this on with you man to man. and I'm going to beat your ass when I see you. I want to fight you. Something like that. And that's considered like making a criminal threat. And they arrested him.
Saying fucking you want to take it on man to man.
Yeah, I'm going to fight you. So
Joe Rogan got scared. Wow.
Yeah, and got a no contact order against him.
Why? What was he so angry about? Wasn't Joe Rogan saying like, "Oh, this guy Liver King and he eats fucking testicles and shit"?
Yeah, he just said he's on steroids and shit, and like don't listen to him or whatever.
Oh, really? So he basically defamed Liver King.
Yeah, but Liver King had already been defamed.
By who?
A bunch of people.
But I don't think he's on steroids.
Dude, he's on a ton of steroids.
Says who?
Dude, everybody on the podcast circuit.
Did Liver King at all confirm that?
Yeah, he did. He came out and said that he was like leading people astray by making them think that you could look like that with just naturally.
Oh, so he's like basically grifting people, trying to sell them on like the
word
fucking primordial diet.
Word. This is my last game. My arms hurt.
I mean, he's still in good shape. My arms hurt.
They do.
Yeah, this would be a good comeback for you.
We have yet to have someone win while the other person had sunk the red ones. Like, hitting the red ones like a guaranteed win. Alright, good job.
Oh, man. It's sweaty. Let's see what these fuckers said about me on Blue Sky. Something in some other language. They wrote. That's different. Hey, Rabbi's here. And then something in German. New Rabbi content just dropped, Captain. Then somebody replied, Rabbi shot. Alright. Oh, I'm sweating.
Oh, do you know who Dean? You saw that picture of Dean Blunt that I sent.
Who the fuck is Dean Blunt?
Everyone knows who Dean Blunt is.
No, no one knows who that is. You sent me a picture.
Yeah, with your favorite comedian.
Oh, that's a real person?
Yeah, it's not like Photoshop or anything.
I thought it was. I was like, oh wow, somebody bigger than David Lucas.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's like some rapper.
What kind of chair is that?
Just desperately needs Ozempic.
Yeah, big time. He'd be so much healthier with it.
Yeah, I mean...
Or he'd be dead, because that, like, kills people, too, so I don't really know.
Yeah, his chair, he had, like, this custom chair that was, like...
Oh,
Dude, that guy was huge. He must have been like 500 pounds, maybe 600.
dude, he's a big boy.
Like, and then that got me thinking, like, I want to be like custom rack suit levels of like fat.
Same.
That's my target.
With
But
the
right now, he's like literally like 5 times.
with like the word baby fat on my ass, or the phrase.
Yeah, what would your custom tracksuits for obese people brand be called?
Fat fuck.
Great use of alliteration.
Thanks, baby.
Who's the most overweight person you've known in your
It's a good question. I've never known anybody super, super fat like that. Not even close to that. Let's see here. There's this guy from South Africa, believe it or not, from my synagogue who is very big. He's probably the biggest guy. And I don't want to say his name. I don't want to embarrass him, but he's a big dude. Very interesting guy from South Africa. But yeah, I want to say he had an interesting life. I forget. Like he had a house in Las Vegas and then moved to Orange County. He's originally from um, Cape Town, I think. I'm trying to think if he's like the biggest guy really I've ever known. Definitely the biggest guy I've ever known in real life that I can think of. Yeah, so he's probably like he wasn't even close to that guy's size, but he's a big dude. Um,
Yeah, I mean, you probably read the comment that I attached to the photo, but like
yeah,
David Lucas on a podcast, he like brings them to go fishing at like a pond or whatever. Like a guy, so I was finally interviewing the book.
David Lucas. I know that's what I thought. I thought it was Photoshop. David Lucas looks small there.
Yeah. No, I just look like a gummy bear, like teddy bear thing. Like those like Photoshop or something. He like looked like Photoshop. He was not. One of my cousins was very large. She's probably like the number one, but yeah, I also knew this therapist named Greg Ovalt, and he was amazing, dude. Super. He was like the most like blunt therapist like ever. And it was super funny. Like my parents were like went to him to see him, and they like sat down or whatever, and like one of the first thing he says was like, "Listen, I don't give a shit like whether you guys are together or not. I'm just fucking here to like see if you guys want to work through it." Shit. He died, unfortunately.
And he was that big?
He was not like, he was more closer to David Lucas, and he was pretty big. He was not like, he could He could easily be like Santa Claus.
Let me see that picture again. The guy I knew was bigger than David Lucas there, but smaller than the other guy. And well, I still know him, but he moved to L.A. and then he moved to like Santa Monica and hasn't been back to shul. Well, he didn't come back before the pandemic. And then I didn't see him after that at classes and stuff. But yeah, I would hope that he was a guy. I think he was of some means, and so he'd be able to get Ozempic and get really thin. But yeah, it's sad when people get like that giant and then can't control themselves.
I mean, I feel like with like a Dean Bun guy, like it's got to be like a genetic thing.
Right. Their body just can't.
He's just a school bus.
Right. Like literally, you sent that to me, and I thought it had been photoshopped, and you were just making a joke about, like, hey, I photoshopped this guy so big that he's the lake, and the joke is that he's the lake. He's that big, but he's not. You didn't Photoshop him. Oh. Do you watch the Joey Diaz podcast?
It's called like Church of something.
Yeah, the new one.
Like Church.
Yeah, do you watch it?
What's it called?
It's called the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament.
Okay.
He's had so many different podcasts. He started out with a podcast called Beauty and the Beast. Then he did the Church of What's Happening Now. Then he did Uncle Joey's Joint. Then he did the Catch Up. And then he did the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament. That's 5 of them. And
he posted a video on Instagram where he like made some like pretty crappy joke about like really like wasn't that funny, but it was like sarcastically like saying, I think it was like an Epstein joke or something, but it just did not land well, and people in the comments were like, bro, it's just like offensive, it's not even funny, it's just like a really insensitive thing to say. He's like, fucking cocksucker, fucking, what are those fucking kids even fucking doing there? Shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, his new podcast kind of sucks. And though the one he did when he was in LA was, I mean, it kind of sucked too, but they had some really good episodes. And they've become classic now. And I don't know. I like him. I think he can be funny. But if you've ever seen his stand-up, it sucks. Or at least his stand-up specials suck. Though, when you hear people say when he kills sometimes harder than like anybody. Joe Rogan says that. People in his Reddit say that. I just like his... Like, I shouldn't like him at all. He's, like, not a good person. He used to make chicks suck his dick to get stage time at the Comedy Store, which I really fucking hate. Like, I have in this Discord, I've got, like, the Joe Rogan Experience and Joey Diaz podcast, and I sometimes consider taking that one out just because it's like, I don't want to endorse this, but he's got some of them that are just so... They're, like, hilarious that I'm like, oh, whatever. That, you know, you separate the art from the artist. We've got that podcast sucks. Tim Dillon's podcast is pretty good. Theo Vaughn's. I don't like when he interviews
like famous people too much. I like when he interviews just like
Oh, what do you think of Andrew Schultz?
Schultz, Flagrant 2. Yeah,
What?
his podcast is called Flagrant 2.
Yeah. Flagrant.
Yeah,
Or like Vagrant.
he's pretty funny.
My brother likes him a lot. I don't think he's bad at all. I don't think he's like I don't know, he's just like a regular person.
I became a fan of his during the pandemic. He did some funny like Instagram shorts or reels or things, and like that's how I found out about him. And then he did the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was funny on there. I've gotten into Matt and Shane's secret podcast.
Is he like Italian or some shit? Because he seems like Italian or something.
Yeah, he's probably like Italian and German. I don't know though. I know his mom was a professional ballerina or something. So like he kind of grew up in the New York.
Oh yeah, maybe it's like the New York accent.
Yeah.
Or this attitude.
His mustache throws me off. Same with what's his name? Shane Gillis's. It's like I don't know. Nobody wears a mustache anymore except like these comics, and it's like they almost do it to be funny. So I don't really get that, but that's fine. I've been getting into Matt and Shane's secret podcast.
I mean, you haven't. Oh yeah, is there a rabbinical thing that's like the beard endorsement?
I don't endorse beards, but basically,
like that's just like you should have a beard or something.
Yeah. So the halakha or Jewish law is that you don't want to cut the corners of your face, and so some people interpret the corner of your face to be like your sideburns, but I have heard from Orthodox people and rabbinical colleagues that was interpreted as your mouth. So I've known Orthodox Jews to just have mustaches, but like this one time I was at this really big rabbinical event, like all these Chabad rabbis were there, and of all of them, of maybe like 150 rabbis, only one of them just had a mustache. Just one. Like everybody else had a beard.
Right. Yeah. So it's very like common for Orthodox Jewish people to have.
I've known rabbis who you would look at and you would be like, does that person have a beard? And they just have like the key is we don't use straight razors. So we don't
Really?
we just use like electric razors or like scissors or something. But yeah.
So you can never do like a clean shave.
You're not supposed to. Now, there are reasons where, for like medical reasons, why you might need to like shave a part of your body for a surgery. But generally, that's not even supposed to be done. It should just be done with like an electric razor. And it goes back to like the
What about women? Women as well?
Women, there's some leniency, but generally it's just upon the man. And it's the thing with having a beard is you want people to be able to identify you as a man at a distance. That was important. And so having just like a clean face is like a it's not it's like it effeminizes you a little bit. But again, I've known Orthodox people who, I mean, I didn't ask them, but I'm sure they've used like Gillette razors before, and that's just what they do. Um, Another thing you'll see are guys with who like might shave their head, and you don't ask them like how they do it, but like I'm sure they can probably use like one of those electric razors, but I'm sure some of them probably use uh, a straight razor, and it's all just it's very traditional. Um, but like generally, if you're gonna see rabbis, they're gonna have beards, Orthodox rabbis. Now, conservative, reformed, humanitarian, or humanist, and Reconstructionist, they do their own thing, so I can't really speak on their behalf. But you'll see basically like a beard, usually about the length of mine, sometimes a little shorter, sometimes a little longer. There are, it depends on what you're going to be. Like if you have a secondary job, a lot of times you won't have as long of a beard. I've known some rabbis who are lawyers, and they'll just have like a 5 o'clock shadow permanently, or just like a short beard. Um, the key too is
Yeah,
like,
why? But most people go for the length. But you're allowed to trim the length, right?
yeah,
Eventually.
yeah, you can use scissors or like an electric razor is fine.
What do you use?
Usually when I grow a beard, I just let it go, and then like the I've had a beard really long before, like down to my almost down to my belly button. Like
Are you fucking serious?
yeah, it was like let me see.
It was maybe like to here, so like maybe nipples, not belly button. And this was like 2018 to 2020 or something like that. Um, and
It took like 4 years to grow that
like maybe like 2.5 or something like that. And um, and then I was going to continue to grow it, but it became difficult because of masks. Like everybody's masking up and everything, and so it wasn't really doing anything. And um, I just was like, it made me look old, and um, I thought, okay, well, I'll and I was gonna start seeking a wife, and I thought, well, I probably should have like a more youthful look. So when I shaved it, it was really interesting because it I'd never had a beard that long. I had a beard another time, like pretty long, but not nearly that long. And when I shaved it, there's all kinds of dead skin that's on your skin that you can't get to, and you have to like get it like exfoliated. And so I had that done, and then this most recent time, I just figured I'm just gonna go for it, and I'm gonna have a beard for like the rest of my life anyway. So I'll just have it be really long, and so I haven't shaved in like
Do you like the beard? Like,
um.
you...
So it has pros and cons. The pros are you don't have to do anything. The cons are you get food stuck in it and stuff, and like so you've got to like wash it more thoroughly. Um, it also sheds, and um, you have to make sure like there are like beard creams that you can use and like oils to make sure that it doesn't get too dry. Um, it's much easier than shaving though, and I do like to shave. Uh, I would do all these shaving tutorials when I would shave. Like I don't know, they're on my Instagram and stuff like that, and I would just teach people how to shave. It's not hard, but just with an electric shaver, and um, I got really into like electric shavers, so I've tried or had like basically a dozen or so, like especially
Have
when
you tried Manscaped? The Manscaper?
yeah. So that kind of came out after I started those, or maybe it was out, but I shouldn't say it. But I had like Remington ones and Braun ones, and um, one of the best ones I've ever had is just some one that I got off of somewhere from China, and it has the best battery in it. I've not charged it in like um like a year, and it sells like an 80% battery, dude. I should have told you about this. I forgot to though. You're always asking me about inventions and stuff. There's this one invention that I came about totally randomly, um, in the early parts of my stream, and I've got it on video. This is so strange. So I would do a lot of IRL content, especially in like I was doing IRL content in Beverly Hills like every night when I first started, and I needed lights to be able to see myself on camera, and I had these things that I would hold to hold the camera and all this shit. Well, one of these lights, like I don't know if you've seen these social media influencers lights. It's just like a rectangle, and it's like a pure white light. It's just pure white, and I would charge it every night, and it would it would like hold the battery for like I don't know 6 8 hours of just being on, but then it would start to die. Well, this one day I think I dropped it and like cracked part of it, and so I had some Gorilla Glue, and I like I for one reason or another I glued it, and um I don't know why I did this, but I don't know why. Oh no, I do remember why. Okay, hold on. So, okay, imagine like you've got the light and a stick that goes into the light, and the part where the stick attaches to the light cracked. So I took some Gorilla Glue and just started putting it in the hole, and just kept putting it in there to see how much it would be, because I figured like, well, it's eventually gonna fill up, and then it's just gonna be like really really hard when it hardens. Well, I put like a whole bottle of Gorilla Glue in there. I'm not kidding about this. That light didn't shut off. It was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for like 45 days straight. And I was like, no way. I developed a new type of fucking technology that like no one knows about. That like you take one of those lights and put this glue in it, and somehow, some way, it just didn't shut off. It was in my car on 24 hours. I did never shut it off, and I was on camera when I did this, so I like have really good evidence of it. But there's something about those lights. If you put Gorilla Glue in them, they'll last for like weeks on, and really really bright. I mean, this is like a really bright light. I couldn't believe it didn't die. It's like the battery, when the glue got into the battery, it caused it to not die as quickly.
Did you still recharge it or no?
No, I just left it on and like had it as a little science had it as a little science project. So every day when I get in my car at night, I'd be like, dude, this light is still on. This is incredible. And it would still be really, really bright. I mean, bright as
And before that, would like it was a chargeable light. How long would it last?
6 hours.
Oh, so you increased the span by like 400x.
Exactly. But it made me think like there's
Any explanation for that? That seems really random.
it's like the most random thing. It's like a thing I invented or like discovered. I shouldn't say invented, but it's like when like somebody discovers something. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about it. Yo, dog, explain to me like Joey Diaz. This one time I had like a light, an LED light that you use for social media on your camera, like or like helps to light you up. It's about the size of like, I don't know, 3x5 note card, and I poured a bunch of Gorilla Glue in it one time, and normally the light would shut off at like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. But when I poured all the Gorilla Glue in it, it lasted for like 45 days. Why? And without any charging, and it was really bright. Why would this be? Listen to me, you filthy animal. One time you're sitting there with your little social media light thinking you're going to make a TikTok. That's exactly right. Maybe flex a bicep, maybe say some shit that gets 6 likes. I would have been fortunate to get that. The light's got a battery life of 6 hours, maybe 8 if the light gods are feeling generous, But then you get crazy. You go full Coco mode. You say fuck it and pour a bucket of Gorilla Glue into this thing like a fucking maniac. It wasn't a bucket, but it was like a bottle of it. Like you are summoning some sort of lightning demon, and then suddenly that son of a bitch is glowing like a lighthouse on meth for 45 days straight. That's exactly right. Um, Now let's break it down science style, Uncle Joey style. Gorilla Glue ain't magic, but it's a chemical mosh pit. When it cures, it expands, heats up, and might have shorted or bridged something in your light circuitry. But not like in a pop dead way. Maybe like it created a Frankenstein energy loop, bypassed a battery cutoff, fused the regulator, something crazy. That's exactly right. Could have sealed in air, reduced heat loss. That could be. Electronics hate heat. You suffocated that be like a mob hit and made it stay cooler. Maybe the battery efficiency skyrocketed. Maybe your battery was charging from an external freak source. No, that's not it. No, this thing was not charging any other way. Um, or maybe you just hallucinated the whole thing. No, I did not. Bottom. I mean, I have it on camera. This isn't like, oh, I had a dream and this happened. No, I had it on camera and I would document every single day, and I got the footage. Bottom line, brother, you did some real savage shit. You made a regular light up go beast mode with a squirt of glue. So if I had to explain it anyway, in any way, it could have sealed in air, reducing heat loss, but it also could have like fused the regulator, or I don't know, but it was like a Frankenstein energy loop. It eventually did die, but not after 45 days of documented. I have it on GoPros. I remember being like, every single day, I'd be like, this fucking light is still going? I can't believe it. And it
You
lasted.
invented the Tesla coil.
That's exactly right. I mean, it was like, I thought to myself, like, if I were a camper, this would be like the ultimate.
Except you can't turn it off.
Yeah.
That's the one catch.
But here's the thing. That's true. But you could just put it face down and it would shut it off.
I mean, that's not.
I shouldn't say shut it off. No, you're right.
Just
yeah.
covering it up.
Yeah, covering it up. Yeah.
It works.
It worked.
It works.
I mean, and it was really bright. It was like
How many lumens? Have you seen like world's like biggest flashlight?
Yeah, dog. I love watching that shit when they're in like an apartment complex and they turn it on, and it's like lighting up like all the buildings around them.
Yeah, there's a whole subreddit about it. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, I think I'm in it. I'm in the flashlight one.
This has nothing to do with any of this. And remind me like later. Come back to maybe we can go through the Tesla conspiracy shit, but that's also not what I want to talk about. I heard someone mention David Cho, to be exact, that he purchased like this bottle of pheromones from somewhere, and you like whatever you spray it on yourself, and apparently the pheromones make you like irresistible to women.
Oh, for sure, dude.
There's
People,
truth in that.
yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I absolutely do, and I've done it myself in cologne bottles.
Colognes aren't pheromones, are they?
No, you put the pheromones in the cologne bottle, and then you spray it on yourself.
Oh, where the fuck do you get the pheromones from?
Amazon. You could also get them from overseas.
Where do they even come from?
I think it's just a chemical. So maybe a lab?
Okay, I'm gonna ask the AI.
Yo, dog, where do you get pheromones for, like, picking up chicks from? Not pheromones. Pheromones. No, it's pheromones, not pheromones. Okay. It's a silent chemical. Yeah. The pheromones work on humans. Yes and no. Spray this cologne. Truth, it's marketing hype. Pheromonal attraction. Um, where do they get them though? Like, are they made in a lab? Yeah, they're made in a lab. Scientists identify real human pheromones, stuff like androstenone, androstenol, and copulins found in women. These are naturally present in sweat, urine, or bodily fluids. Then they replicate them chemically in a lab.
Yeah, that'd be awkward if you get it picked up on love with you and then you didn't spray on the pheromones one day and she's just like, the fuck? You're not that great after all.
Right.
So it could backfire.
Right. I mean, I didn't use them a lot. I just would try it just to see if it had any effect. And I wasn't like at the time. I mean, I couldn't tell you if it worked. Like, I'd get numbers or something at a bar, but I can't tell you if it was the pheromones or not. And I wouldn't put it in like, I don't wear like normal colognes. It would be like just in like a cologne like bottle, like the spray. Like sometimes they come in just like a little eyedropper bottle, but I'd want it to be able to spray so it had like a bigger effect. And I don't know. I mean, I think it works.
Yeah, I mean, you have them anyways, but like, I don't know. It's kind of like weird because you're like almost like it's like a subconscious like thing that you're like emitting.
Yeah, but girls do that shit too with perfumes and such.
No, I think perfumes and pheromones are two totally separate things.
I know what you're saying. I'm saying that, like, using subconscious things. Like, women use makeup to make themselves look younger and blemish free. I get, though, what you're saying. Pheromones are, like, completely silent, they're, like, completely undetectable. So it seems like it's, like, not fair. No pun intended. Versus, like, makeup, you can see it. So I get it.
Yeah, but I think females could probably. I don't know if there's like. I think that there's male and female pheromones, and like the females can use it as well, probably.
That's true. I can tell you
somehow even the playing field or whatever.
I can tell you it works exceptionally well with animals because
the people who own the house had like they went to Iran and got like some kind of nuts or something that eventually had like moth larva in it, and we had unbelievable amounts of fucking moths. And so I bought these moth traps that have pheromones in them, and it got them all. But it's like attracted all the moths within like I don't know
Oh,
200 yards, and it would attract them with pheromones, and they worked really really well.
right. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, human beings are animals, but we might not be as sensitive. Gravitate towards you.
I'll tell you what, I think it does to some
It
extent.
would be nice if it worked like that.
When women smell,
It would be great if it was just like one spray of the pheromones, and then there's just like women just stalking you from like miles away, trying to hunt you down.
well, I mean, if you've ever done like a really hard workout, you're like emitting all kinds of pheromones, and women are really attracted to that afterward. Like it can cause them.
Did not know that.
It can cause them to ovulate.
Yeah.
We are just creatures.
All right. Yeah, I got
Is with your pheromones,
try to improve your Quran skills.
dog. I'm
by the
better.
time on that.
I showed it that I'm better than you are at just about every game that we play.
Except for Quran, which is the only game that matters. Yeah.
All right. Take care, pimp.
All right, later, big dog.
Like liberal Gavin in the UK with like the mobs and the rockers to like the current Gavin, which is like, he frames him as this like the super right wing racist dude. And I was asking Gavin about it because he came on the podcast recently, and he's like, I've always been the same. He's like, he was explaining that his views never changed. He was saying that like Vice all of a sudden was getting infused with millions of corporate dollars, and I wasn't a good look for that. They didn't want me in there, but meanwhile he was like the whole soul of Vice. Like if there was no Gavin, there was no Vice. Like all the controversial do's and don'ts shit, like all those controversial articles about like trans shit early in like the early 2000s that he was doing was funny, and like culture didn't look at it the way it looks at it today. You know?
Well, he was being attacked for things that are like openly discussed today, like dangers of trans ideology, and these are just men. And a lot of these men are doing it because they're perverts, and so they're autogynephilics. You know, autogynephilia is a real thing. It's men who get sexually aroused and pretending that they're women and they want to go in women's spaces and be sexually aroused. You know, now people are saying that openly, right? Like, what was the university that Leah Thomas was swimming in? Penn. Okay, so they have to take away all of, air quotes, her gold medals. It's a guy, like, has penis, has sex with women, supposedly, according to Tony Hinchcliffe. But he actually, it's really fun. But the university now has to apologize to all the women that were forced to compete with them. And, you know, say they fucked up and never do it again and not allow biological men to compete with women, which is like, it should be, that should be a left-wing perspective. Not that you shouldn't be able to be trans, of course, you should be able to do whatever you want. Yeah, I'm for you doing whatever you want if you don't hurt people. Right. If you really believe you're a woman, look, if you can get fake tits and you can get fake lips and you can get a dick enlargement, like, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. I'm covered with tattoos. I've made stupid decisions. Like, do whatever you want to do. But when you're competing with women, you are essentially victimizing these women. You're forcing these women to compete with men who've been through puberty, and in this case, still have a functional penis, like, which is fucking bananas. It's a man. Just because you think you're a woman, you physically, we know there's a difference. I didn't know it was a giant problem until there was that fighter, Fallon Fox, who had competed twice against women without letting them know that this person was a biological male for 30 years, fathered a child, the whole deal. I'm like, this is crazy. And then his response was, it's a medical condition, so I don't have to disclose it. It's a medical condition, which is just horseshit. It's crazy. When I was saying that, I got attacked. Wow. This is from the left. How much is this? Left has no problem with mentally ill man falsely claiming we're not going to allow these women to go. These women think they're going to go compete in a low-level MMA fight like a lot of them they look at their well-trained and they're competing against a biological man without having any idea. What about a fractured skull? You know, it's like, that's when I realized, oh, this is just a cult. This isn't the left that I grew up with. I grew up with parents who were hippies. And so assuming it's good was the left wing. I felt like that was the only way to read it. When you see the left allowing this bizarre world where perverts can pretend to be women, compete with women, fight with women, beat them up, be in their locker rooms, walk around naked with hanging out, no one can say anything. Like, how did they switch? How did they flip it on its head? That, like, at any other time in history, if a man who had a penis was walking to a you'd be in real fucking trouble, rightly so. Because that's not a thing that you should want to do. That's a weird thing to want to walk around naked with your dick hanging out in front of a bunch of women. That's a creepy second.
Clear. One of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called she'elot u'tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really teshuvot literature because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this teshuva literature all about, this responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halacha, the decision of Jewish law in the case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very, significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of the marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from the marriage, assets from the marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic. And both of those are like, kind of like, telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, about something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period is essentially the backdrop of the responsive literature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more. and this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, you know, uh, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo. And for some 500 years, they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. And when they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be, sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsa literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish women historical perspective that was published I think about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that even, where she says to date no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just tossed in the Geniza when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources, all kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but primus inter pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written or sometimes how they were not written also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who was especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that refer to women, but he tends to not cite not include in this commentary midrashim that may have read as derogatory to him in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing alone. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. And more about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from the medieval period until we get till the 17th, a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, of halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, or the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, singular. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying 2 wives and 2 handmaidens and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershom and Hagolah had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Guinness documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbeinu Gershom also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for the scholars' dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long-distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called cherem, we use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication, where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbeinu Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regards to electronic communications. To what degree are texts and tweets and emails private? And is the metadata, the information on the outside of the envelope, private? Can it be used in an employment dispute? All kinds of things. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regards to marriage. That in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon. And also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have, a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than any imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly use the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you in almost American English today. Uh, but they would have at least literacy in that language. Uh, Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is Islamic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men over non-Jews in literacy, was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than their surrounding population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the an age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. They're part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in Tractate Sota. Yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up, they're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the Tractate Sota, says, oh, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. And another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end run around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages leaned towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbis said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen, and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, when we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there are some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says, absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised and the familiarity with the tradition. We will even see, as we get a little bit later into the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's are. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than their non-Jewish peers at this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law. one of the most um, unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. So, young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there is a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to um, men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Uh, Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they, can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chapaline, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, the those two events, the betrothal and the actual, customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day, because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together. Society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals, and they're separated from their intended, and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more the practice to put these two acts together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which a woman would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of a Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvaot is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immerse, and then regular relations would resume as well. A very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy. As I mentioned earlier, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like "as es christelt sich, es jiddelt sich," which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, "As one Christianizes, one Judaizes," and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubine. Basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But that, again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business, and so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that, travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else, to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like, how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? So, at any rate, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain, multi-marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently, they would actually own these for communities or for families, and they would be used for the seminary, for the piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the underside of it, and it has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous look from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular, because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsa literature is the disputes between half siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. We'll have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. And when you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew, or levirate marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of abandoned to their own devices. So unless they were a widow, that kind of thing. So Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default um, secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's again the communal upbuilding and things like that. So here's the thing: Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi is thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority in how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbi Gershom. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the sign here you see, get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so, and this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an aguna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. in the medieval period, the primary cause for an abuna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in response literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, coerce something out of the wife, like child custody or the payment of debts or, distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this particular situation. I would like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into, rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is at the hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There was a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women, are much more literate than the surrounding society. They are certainly much more urban and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Wusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives. And as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are like really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well, like in this terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. It's a very unusually graphic depiction. They're stealing the very valuable clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching. We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the scene of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. I think you can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You'll recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula, primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But Navarre over the course of the next now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier is sometimes, you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often very much part of the ruling circle, the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the 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 Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not a peasant in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman who is typically a Jew who will go out there and, using a network of employees in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades, in various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community. And it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s is really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of the Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment, very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and in general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment. We'll talk about the Barcelona disputation right now. So, when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, the Pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though he's actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up, and vice versa. And so as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy, who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills of Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially, well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides. Right? Like Maimonides is known Moses, the son of Maimon, so this is Moses, son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day, and although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be, free to say whatever he wanted in his disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263, over a period of some days, and we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcript, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really he made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, it just defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather a brilliant feint that made much of the rest of the argument very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made, working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins, and then said to him, I believe you should leave Spain at this point, because essentially that's saying, I can't protect you. And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made a very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, is quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah. which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Sfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay life. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries. For Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zohar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world, nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from or when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it was deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export kind of period. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translations, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there was a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classics, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, a Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around it. Last thing, science. The Arabic-speaking scientists, many of them are Jews, and the primary conduit of all that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into Southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham Ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere, nation by the stars, that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon.
They did a lot of mind fucking to those people, and they put them on a war that they couldn't win. in, again, to try to do the same thing that they were doing with the rocket program, with everything else. They were trying to outspend the Soviets. They were trying to bankrupt them.
Yeah, that part of the world is just like how much of it has to do with the fact that we've been occupying that area, that part of the world for so long, and like going out there and killing all the bad guys, and then
There's
seeing their
a couple of
families
things that
being
happen in the
slaughtered,
14th
and then,
century
we're
that
gonna
really
eliminate
begin to
terrorists,
tilt
let's
the
take out these
balance
bad guys,
negatively.
but then the kids grow up and you realize it's just a hydra. You cut the head off and 3 grow back.
Well, if you want to be more cynical,
Away from the favor of the strong Jewish communities and the tremendous
Yes.
power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spread in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, and of course Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, we do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews, and things like that that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of host desecration charges that follow in its wake. You recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago. The false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find ways. So in Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no great upheaval after that. But when King Per the Fourth of Aragon passes away, like James I, who is actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews, they lose a major supporter. And perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before, just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per the Fourth, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these, check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength and along with it, their political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the conversion phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them. More resentment. There's the after effect of the plague of the Crusades, even the post-desecration charges. But a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms, or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there's kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. But anyway, the rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, and he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself off some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there's this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in the previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine, Hippo, as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase, b'di'evet, it takes effect, and the person who is baptized is now in fact a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid, and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation in Spain, because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This is largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important, because for much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. And you also have at this time, besides Jews who were forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts, he becomes Pablo de Santa Maria, he eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the Disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the Disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of pogroms and forced conversions, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive, indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this, because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what? If God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term, it means swine. A more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. It's a large spectrum of beliefs, and it will have consequences later. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. We have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture, and they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still eating kosher food, and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is the a discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood. A legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we will have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you soon. This might be the musk my witnesses have reported in the past. I cannot be sure, but it was very powerful, and somewhat what I perceived to be urine. This incident was fearful and moving. I was unable to sleep for days and could not bring myself to tell my after 1391, after 1414, profession and reputation, I have extreme reluctance about openly sharing my gift. With the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban, so they have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community, and nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they are displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy, because, hey, look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. When you look around at people of authority, even in the church, you say, that one's a Jew, and that one's a Jew, and so on. It's a very kind of, disconcerting feeling. So the The church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors. Whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past, that rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out, and a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the converts who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts, and incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their land. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society. A Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who were also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arguelles, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on, but they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to attain, they had to deal with. So just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which are truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and see them there. These are three examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishment, and they described their little French language captions underneath. I was hidden in this language, but on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where you have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in an auto da fe or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, of conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World. Really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely a horrific kind of environment that ripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, who in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala is shown in the black robe, loudly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtier's faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented that he refused to convert. Unlike, as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son Rabbi Melamed, who son-in-law, who lead the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much.
I was looking out the window when state highway near Houston, Mexico, for a bull came and turned off. At that moment, I was feeling calm, bored, and frustrated with trying to calm my younger cousin, who was very hyper. So, while I was looking for something to amuse him, I sighted something unusual. It was huge. It was as tall as the ceiling.
Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although
shaking when I saw it, I thought, what the heck is that? It looked like a maid, but as I was watching it, I noticed it had hair covering its whole body.
we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel. It seems to me that we should take a at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. We may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. The first major Roman-Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which is not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense, and it occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with punitive taxation and the redirection of the machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations, Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the Prince, or Patriarchate as it's sometimes called, and you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Robert Morgachi, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending half of the people who lived there. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank or if I use the term Gaza and Shomron, we're talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim. Of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who were seemed to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods, tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel, in particular, against a Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began at Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Certain Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the first Roman Jewish war. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, and so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year of the calendar by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the lunar-solar discrepancy by adding a leap month on the 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover on the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that they had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title. I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early, but when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to, prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there was one important center there as well, but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that it's not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud, that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to it for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations. The Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and with several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation, but there are a couple of interesting moments of renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century, under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in the north, and you see, for example, with several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the ark holding the Torah, and the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period, and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeling that. And he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22. But there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand, Abraham," and so on. And it appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like a rather short skirt. I think for the ancient period, you always imagine they wearing longer skirts, but who knows what the tznius rules were back then. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that occurred in the 5th and 6th century. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that would be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart part of the temple courtyard. That was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt, and there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago. But they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century, and you can see here that it's called Jund of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem is the only capital of the Jewish people ever. And this is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is in modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Jordan. I'm not exactly sure where Jordan is, but that's kind of fascinating. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel. And then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which we're going to understand Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea, or Caesarea, which is on the coast, is historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? You go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman-style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans. But it does give you a sense of what a famous Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever monoethnic. It always had multiple populations, that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and but there's always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, we get a sense from when the Pact of Weimar was imposed in the 8th century, for example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Weimar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular then moving to the city of Lamia. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic, because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonate in Babylonia. But for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nekudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, in tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it's too far afield from our narrow focus. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming and fairly small number of people massacred at the feet of their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they were finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic views from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. The Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold into slavery. They had a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period. After he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is, again, one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is, in fact, one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafos that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous, here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, he found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko, and also something similar we have from the Rabbi Obadiah by Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the nation. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Sfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Sfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about that with you. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rabbi Bartanoro, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, a tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora.
Breathless, I said a few words as I got ready for sleep to the bus that morning. One of my friends involved in the library situation where the beach would stuck in general on the same bus route, and I dared not speak a word of it to the kids I'm on the bus with. As opposed to them, I despised. What I read in school, finding my friends back at camp waiting for me at the entrance as they did every morning, I began to tell them the details of the dream. We had just entered the main hallway as I was finishing the dream details. Running from the south entrance, which was a pretty good distance from us, was Suzanne. I did not feel any to drive home on point.
How did the Jews survive the medieval period?
This is exactly as it happened, and is 100% accurate.
How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we could discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them, and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, right? That's the, you have to laugh because we're also familiar with it. But it is it's a gross oversimplification and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Wittmeyer Bion, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That you look back in Jewish history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes called it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they're horribly persecuted with pogroms, and then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. And you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora of the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain. We've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like blood libels. I mean, what a mashugana thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre host desecration arguments, which also include being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So, no question, the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. One of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Rabbi, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction, to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, is completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, although the more, some incredibly horrible things happen to so many people. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again, it's not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. And so when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist. Well, nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time. It's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, and they have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. Right? It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there are certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance. A ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with people of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerai regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with a long history of organization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of the medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my specialists in the history of church anti-Semitism, and he'd like to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I had fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Imam, which, although by 21st century standards obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they, accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Imam allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries, and this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming, so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is, a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural impetus is impeti, probably not. Sorry for being distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and we did have episodes of forced conversion, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declined so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din veles dayan," maybe "leis dayan veles din." There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a "thou not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no fine revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment. That's the bit. So these ideas of the Pacte Lamar and Doctrine and Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of Jewish people. Thank you again for being here.
It took just 12 minutes of panic and terror for the ship to sink completely, taking down over 300 of the crew along with her. The surviving crew members, lacking life jackets and lifeboats, were set adrift on the waves in almost complete darkness. Many thought the worst was over, but their nightmare had only just begun. Naturally, the sailors floating on the debris were expecting to be rescued in a matter of hours, days at most. But the horrible fact was that nobody was coming to the rescue. Despite sending several emergency signals before the ship went down, the Navy had somehow lost track of the Indianapolis. Nothing was made of the fact that the ship failed to arrive at Lady, and many of the emergency messages that were received by nearby ships and naval bases were completely ignored.
Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of the Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait of the Bosphorus, that is Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the endpoint of the series, becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor, the Balkans, and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance began almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onward. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and the Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onwards. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact, really, on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and the incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular, when the Persians eventually invade Israel because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to a mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm. It means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century as a kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink. It's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian and red as well. And he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of the stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There was actually 2 distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Kastai ibn Shakrut with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's other fascinating things coming out of South Italy. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have 2 figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter, which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples, like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Sukkot. There's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly stated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, may rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the Greeks and the Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring an entirely new period in Jewish history. It would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching.
And not just stay stationary like before. It sounded demonic and raspy. It moved closer to me. I could hear it behind me. I was scared by this time, but I managed to look behind the tree. From the tree, at least 20 yards away, I could see a silhouette of something lumbering in the woods. It was tall, and when I mean tall, this thing had to be at least 7 feet tall. It was radiating that hard smell of blood, wet dog, and rotting.
So we're moving now into the third and
just a man. But when I looked closer, it clearly did not fit into the category.
final semester of
I guess the 2 crooked ears on top of its head.
this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, we don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married, or God forbid, getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now, and in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because, there's lots of great research that's, psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our mind. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and an end to the story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Divrei Hayamim, but well, it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks of time, why these 3, why do we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean, this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions absorbed. This is kind of the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, you've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's that steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War One. I mean, crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then of course how much more so with World War II and the genocides of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into three areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is, this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at, history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadolah, which means, unlike Western civilization, the decline of the generations. As we start here, let's use these eras. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you had the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that, witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus and the receiving of the Ten Commandments, like amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so, okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then, okay, but we're all right, we have a plateau, you get to the period of the Tanaim, and then the Amorai, and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant for reasons that will become clear. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also, political change, huge political change, the era of revolution, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then, progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? And we do these things, and you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution. We put it on a big iron cart and we attach those carts to rails. It works again. More and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet and digital communication. But that's too much for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who were living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World was now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century, in our own lifetimes, in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. So you see the gender of man, because that was feminism, and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is truth. There's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text, like the Bible, that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what? let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to, take on faith, which is considered a less reliable form of truth than in science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent in the 19th century onward. These are major changes that are characterized in modern truth. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around which people said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. You have that as well happening, especially from 1800 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. And Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos and series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They were almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating when we get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely say, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular. Because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. And so you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, who made their way to Portugal thinking that hopefully they would be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews, while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it hits a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians, who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it? And the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and, should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy. This was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So, just looking at three examples, so you have people like Amatus Lusitanos, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Rabbi, which means beloved. And Lusitanos, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also a proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who a very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. As you can see from this particular print, which comes from New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world, and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue, fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much
I
for that.
noticed how ordinary he was. Everything about him was plain. He dressed like any other white-collar worker. A simple, or even slightly ugly brown suit hung loosely on his slender frame. He wore Italian dress shoes and carried a generic leather briefcase. He also had a matching fur hat on his head, angled to hide the top half of his face. Looking back, I wish that was all I had seen. As I slowly made my way closer to them, the stranger lifted his hat to meet the confused gaze of the homeless man. That's when I stopped dead in my tracks. The formerly bland appearance of the man became clear to me, and I noticed.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I am so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that has happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, which is a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist. It has to be a St. John the Baptist day or his anniversary or something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity. He assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, with the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Ai Tian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had a fascinating time to its own right. Now, from Ai Tian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in tradition, or the Sefer ben Sira, the Wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyway, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the first or second century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times. It was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. Quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a Sefer Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much further. We have For example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports of people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there's clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded in a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China. Was along this route, many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques. honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest that dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read. But the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it. And these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters, like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of these prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe, and that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education, and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes use the term Israelite, but they were called Jiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of Kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other group slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. It's very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It's acts of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So, how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? Very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord Rick, underneath on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors. And, there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. And Hebrews 2, that's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. It's quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that is a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th and 20th centuries. One of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kaifeng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their scrolls, and the scroll of Esther that comes in the region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would have errors. Those letters, like theologians, did not find any evidence that was so open to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not intense. And the Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused. That's the word and or but like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the Jews fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kaifeng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. Without these key things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kaifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really respect myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
I had no chance of seeing anything in the forest due to the leaves blocking most of the light. It seemed very quiet and very calm. I noticed the cicadas had stopped buzzing, and I couldn't even hear the crickets. It got so quiet that I heard ringing in my ears, and the only noises I could hear was the light crunching of leaves on my cousin's stomach as she breathed. By this moment, she was looking around, clearly frightened. I slowly looked up at her. I could tell she had the same feeling of dread, a feeling that something was waiting, and it was about to do something.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, The Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents, and they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But at any rate, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatellutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And as one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of thing. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese, this is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli, until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew, and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they end up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century, there's a very heavy movement of B'nai Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that, from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna. That is the caste system in India. But it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations, sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, or divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement. And so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as the terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Wendigos are cannibalistic creatures that lure you in and devour you
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just
He had me freaked out by telling me all this stuff. His brothers and family confirmed this to be true with me right there.
3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction, the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who consider themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. Fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those um, who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as for example in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. And it's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel and in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact, that's what it will be called at this point. Although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. And what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity. But for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee. And Jews were very active in the textile trade in particular, began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal. And over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Tzfat. The great Moshe Alshif, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclination. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Talmud Devorah, other great classics. and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Tzfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Tzfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There was earthquakes that affected Tzfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s. But nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Tzfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. There's a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece, and it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman. In the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles. And they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century, and unfolds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the calf, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was not so surprising as Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Communis Absurdum, which is a papal bull. It means the beginning of this bull, this document that was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous. Religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually kill 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding, And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that you don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravanel, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravanel was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravanel. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States, where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I would love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of the sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish, the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty, was of course written by a Sephardic Jew, Anna Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, it was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of the small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the sculptor of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss it in greater detail. Thank you for watching.
The entire neck and head, however, covered in a thick mane like a lion, with the face of a very large wolf. No real humanoid features at all. I mean, maybe the body, but the face is very wolf. Very fierce and demonic looking, with large hands, just like a person's, with large claws. No tail, and again, most people describe dogs around here.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the
which is why I thought at first it was a man running in a werewolf costume, because it looked so natural the way it ran. Like it didn't have
literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, whom we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I here living in the 21st century have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God. Despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have and I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the Temple era, Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. There's some interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. When I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities, whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theories. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of the Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi. Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion as a child. He wandered throughout Europe and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing like Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever, anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukia, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Aharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Aharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. That I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
At the same time, I have met many wonderful people throughout all sorts of cultures in both American continents, and have seen countless beautiful sights, whether they are cities with skyscraper towers or open ranges where the population is sparse. I have gotten to try so many kinds of foods and hear all kinds of music and listen to unique stories and perspectives in life. Man, life isn't perfect, and it's definitely hard work.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat, or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city of Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. Here you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height. And the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Sfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Sfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Sfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And we should just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the verb lekabel, to receive, meaning in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works. And there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe de Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciations of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, like we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The crown, Chokhmah Bina means wisdom and understanding, and translate these to English in ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? We're also fascinated kind of popular magic association with Kabbalah as well. Spell, amulets, and so on, and go back well into it. Now, the tree of life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordovera description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within another. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You see at the top here, Rabbi Shlomo Alphabets, the author, among other things, of the Rabbi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tend to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them have concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century, in the middle of the 1500s, in this one region, and they're involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spherot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sfirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That, you know, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or, you know, my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have an admixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it, and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is the shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie directed by Cecil B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua, one of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. And you put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. So a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jewish Messiah. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beis Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It was a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there were many rabbis outside of Tzfat, and Jerusalem in particular, said, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
Something without a doubt is going on, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi, and what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of, newspaper articles, sort of the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon, appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hameln, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced populations. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, and he should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating, I think, in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other expressions of solitude and of silence and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era under Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's number one propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here, this is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week as they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But, there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. in the 1665 and 1666. What ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Maimon as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of this counter offer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counter offer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the GUINNESS. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunme, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that the Dunme actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunme. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibeshut, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
My father getting lost a few times just trying to find it. After we had, our plan was to stay there for about a week, and then move on to go see my grandfather and grandmother who live in upstate New York. While we were here, I had some cousins that I hadn't seen since I was very little, so reconnecting with our forgotten family was very great. I do remember that one evening, we had a big
Hello, fellow students.
backyard. My cousins that I hadn't seen forever were telling me spooky stories, trying to scare me, but I wasn't buying it. Then we got
Some Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you
I wasn't a believer in Bigfoot, so again, it didn't scare me at all.
continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know,
There's an old gravesite.
I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material. Some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class. And I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through a discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please, I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
Maybe 30 graves in total, with some not having much of a tombstone left at all. Most names we saw had been squirreled away, and we had a hard time making new dates and names. But a couple of the dates we saw were
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab.
as if we had stumbled onto an old relic of time. The forest was so thick, all the surrounding sides of the gravesite.
Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity.
he himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans, that is, setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely tenuous situation there. But in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, in one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there are, faith-based or some even fashion statements, but speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming, utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
We made it back to the riverbed. Paused for a moment. I looked back to see if whatever I saw was following us. I saw nothing at this point, and kept moving back toward our camp. Part of me wanted to go back for a big look, because I've always wanted to experience something supernatural, if that is what this was. But the other part of me wanted to get out of there. Eventually, we made it back to the camp. Our friends were still sleeping. We ate a little food.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas, and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Truro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans, by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 15,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. And the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And It's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales. Or, as often happened when they moved out west, and is always with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and they kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north. 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looks around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe, and otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
In a way, it's really nice if you're trying to have a conversation with her. But at the same time, if you're on the passenger side and you're trying to get to somewhere, it can drive you crazy, constantly pulling over all the time to her responding to people. But she's very anti-texting and driving, so I guess safety is best. During the course of her sending a response text to one of her friends, she looks up, and running at her out of the woods to the right of the car.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans, and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African American experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like.
The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews. This is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold a public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have this situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this declaration for the rights of man and citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. the questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the Leader Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer and said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated. And then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s.
The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote a very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be ruled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce...
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon.
This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road, and down off to the river. My headlights lit this thing up
That we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity.
They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadlan, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this at some kind of face value, and if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's that famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, so 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews, as a minority, fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting articles published in 2019 by Irena Grossfeld, Sekon Sorkansakale, and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to, certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and, the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But
Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Ponta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the confusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situations, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors join with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonisten crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament.
What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented a way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism, that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents, looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envisioned their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationals. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out, not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well, God willing. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay, those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of doikite, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it dort, over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If we look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and doikite, most important party is the General Jewish Workers Bund, B-U-N-D. That was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale of Settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right, you see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in doikite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they were really more existing within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists. And there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, the General Zionists. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalei Zion, and this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, the renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyum Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I do give a 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happens to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Oliver Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events, things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching.
My grandmother told me recently about the things that she's seen and experienced when she was in her youth. My grandmother is part Sioux, Apache, Navajo, Ute, and another tribe that I can't remember. She's moved around a lot as a kid because her father couldn't hold down a steady job, and her mother and her father, well, that's another story. They would get evicted and forced to move place to place. Her father was able to hold on to a decent job for about 6
Hello and
years
welcome to another episode
that nearly cost him his life.
of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the Holocaust, one of the most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust in the context of this series, but if you are curious and are motivated to learn more, I have an entire online course which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. It was such a tremendum, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class in the sense of a class of family, and side, meaning to kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and, of course, has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, as Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot and others, but still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, these are very problematic terms. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think, are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethnic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Göring from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, an end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless, it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, and so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews, who are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde will das Blut, ein Zeitroman. The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, and you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher who became propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool, right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of theme that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath there. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art, a rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and it's this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of nationalist, white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see the and by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian, and Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempt at insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s. But he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33% with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there were it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews. It was a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching.
Scores of them get together in secrecy and worship the darkness, casting spells of protection and illusion, bindings on the burial sites for protection, hordes to give off bad energy. It's a very serious part of their culture, a part of their culture that they don't talk about. It's very similar to what the Navajo people experience with what they describe as skinwalkers, people who have given themselves over to evil. It transforms them, even contorting somebody's body to a whole new being of darkness.
The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side and to divide it between them. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back in Germany. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance into Poland, it does not seem that they had clearly thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population, more than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east, and so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. It's the green area. It was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There were actually many voices that suggested that ghettos would allow for greater possibilities of resistance and so on, but ultimately a network of ghettos was established throughout the region that the Nazis had conquered. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently greeted by the Jews themselves at Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, which would frequently denounce them, blackmailing them for funds, and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they would go to essentially the president of the Kehillah or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, all right, we would like the following things from the community now, a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and any valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the Kehillah, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse, and they would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation, like vice presidents and treasurers, and put the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also be shot, and at some point, they would eventually get a local Jewish leadership, which they called the Judenrat, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Judenrat leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. Adam Cherniak, who is shown here, who was the leader of the Judenrat in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son, who was missing, and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that his Nazis held around the Jewish population, and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Judenrat leaders, such as Chaim Rumkowski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves at the cost of the suffering of the larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Richmondstadt ghetto by Rumkowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure. He was frequently derided in the local population as King Chaim for the way in which he lorded over the population. And it seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Łódź, which was run by Rumkowski, it seemed that the model was productionist, meaning there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Łódź was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linings and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews of Łódź, and somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Cherniak was active, seemed to be nutritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death. And very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the Judenrat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience is that of starvation and privation and mass death. But there were also some heroic internal activities, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools and theatrical performances and lending libraries. Really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under these unimaginable conditions. There was also, unfortunately, a very active black market and even activities like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, and organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionists, whether they were attritionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto resistance. The uprising occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance happened really quite late. The ghetto was largely empty of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, fight against the Nazis. On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Kalonius Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, and which will involve the death camps. And it's to that we will turn next in this series. Thank you very much for watching.
Spotted in the Arizona deserts, identified by what many would consider to be a velociraptor of some kind. Not the Jurassic Park renditions, though. These are much more bird-like. While there is at least some evidence that points to these things existing still, the real purpose of this message is to relate to you the several encounters that happened near Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Now, Guantanamo Bay already has a pretty bad reputation, but for much other reasons...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture.
Dinosaur sightings like you can imagine. Over the years, there has been several witnesses, from locals who live on the islands to
In the Jewish History Lab series, we are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activities: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939. Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom. And it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
This is not made up. I saw his genuine reaction as he's explaining this to us. Whatever this was scared him to the bone. Even though the story that I'm going to share with you is his story. It is disturbing, but bear with me. To retell this event, we're going to go back to 1972. My father and his mafia partner just got done putting a bullet into this man's head for ripping them off on a drug deal. I think the whole thing involved cocaine, in mass quantities of it to be exact. And I think when he was confronted about it, he told them to go F yourself, to put it politely. Well, being the mafia, they're not going to stand for that, so they took care of business, as they like to call it. My uncle and his partner disposed of his body in the way they really knew how back then, to take his body out to the middle of the swamp and dump it and bury it. Let the alligators and whatever other bugs out there take care of the rest. I'll never forget when my uncle looked us in the eyes and said, the amount of times we did this to get rid of bodies and were never caught, it's a number that I myself have lost count of. Anyway, going back to the story, my uncle and his partner are out there in the middle of the night in northern Louisiana, somewhere out in the middle of the swamp. He couldn't exactly recall where, because I don't even think he knew exactly where. I think they just pulled over somewhere and dragged the body out of the car and walked into the swamp a bit with shovels. They were originally going to dump the body, but they thought it would be better to dig at least a loose grave to hide any evidence. My uncle's business partner has this lantern, and my uncle is the one digging the shallow grave. As he's digging, they both begin to hear what he described as a jaguar sound. They both look at each other and just nod their heads to keep digging and to ignore whatever sound it was. My uncle continues to dig, And he recalls this exactly. And he says, quote, I had just shoved the shovel into the soft soil, put my foot down, pressed it in, and I heard my partner scream bloody murder. When I looked over, this lizard, larger than a man, was running at him and swiped his claws, disemboweling him with one swipe. The lantern he was and his intestines both hit the ground at the same time. My uncle had to pause here and catch himself because he was getting kind of emotional. This is where you can tell that the story was getting really traumatic for him to recall to us. He then continued. Without even thinking, he threw the shovel down and sped back to the car at record-breaking speed, while turning around and firing a couple shots off of this thing. He wasn't even sure if it was following him. He was just in a complete state of shock and panic, made it back to the car, and got out of there. He had bigger fears. His partner, now dead, and the body was left exposed in a trash bag, sitting out in the open with a shovel. If caught, their DNA was all over everything. All of this, coupled with the fact that he just encountered some sort of giant swamp lizard that killed his partner in one quick swipe. What was he going to say about his partner going missing? What he told us is that the mafia believed that he had some part to play in his partner's death and tortured him consecutively for 4 days straight. He never exactly told the version of the story that he told us about a swamp lizard coming out and disemboweling his partner. They would have never believed a word from him and probably would have killed him. In fact, my uncle is very glad and humbled to be alive. He claims he's very surprised they didn't take his life, but that they would rather teach him a lesson. I had asked him if he could describe what he saw in more detail, the thing that killed his partner, and he just kept saying that it looked like a big lizard with huge teeth and long claws, and that it ran on 2 legs, just like a person, but was shorter than him and his partner. Which, by the way, him and his partner were pretty average height, 5'10", 5'11", in the dark lighting conditions of the swamp, and the lantern being his only real source of light. It's hard for me to accurately guess how much he truly did see, but it must be serious to traumatize a cold-blooded man like him. A man who had no problems killing you if you came between him and his mafia family. In case you didn't catch it the first time, this was in northern Louisiana, sometime in the early morning hours, I was told. My uncle then veered off to a different story, but I could tell it was hard for him to retell to us. It was clearly a very traumatic event. Since hearing my uncle's story, I've had the chance to check out a few of your reptilian encounters on your channel, just to try and verify if there's any corresponding details that exist between his story and the stories you've posted. While I can't pinpoint anything exactly, it's pretty eerie that other people besides my uncle have seen reptilian creatures in the swamps. I've always known that the swamps were dangerous and home to alligators, but if you would have told me that they were home to man-sized carnivorous lizards, well, that's a totally different thing on its own. My sighting takes place in southwestern Tennessee. This is in a place known as the Cross Creeks National Wildlife Refuge, right alongside the Cumberland River, not too far outside of the small town of Dover. East, I was driving home late one night on the 49. This is where I had a sighting of what I would like to call the man iguana from hell. The 49 is pretty much a straight 2-lane highway that travels all throughout the wetlands. There's really nothing too exciting to see, except what I saw in my case was extraordinary, and not in a good way. This 2-lane highway traverses throughout the wetlands, covered with thick forest on both sides of the road, and again, the Cumberland River. Right nearby, it's important to keep an eye out for deer, and anything else that the river may draw, like any other nocturnal animals. I'm not a Tennessee native by any means, but I've been around here long enough that I feel pretty confident driving here, especially around nighttime. It was getting close to midnight, so it was pretty dark outside. No other cars on the road at this time. Out of the woods to my left comes a creature, what I called the iguana man from hell. I call it that because that's exactly what it looks like. Every detail of this thing, this being was horrifying, down to every inch. This thing comes out of the forest to my left, crosses the road in front of me, and heads north down towards the river. This thing was so large that it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce, awful predator. The entire being just looked unnatural, and it was not only large enough, but strong enough to carry an entire dead doe in its mouth like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road, and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in full, because it walked right in front of my car. But it paid no mind to me, didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt a zero threat for me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge me. I felt a mixture of primal fear and total shock at what I was seeing. This thing looked like an experiment gone wrong, and then dumped off into the swamps. It took me a little bit to process that I had just seen a real-life lizard man, assuming that there never was such a thing before. Afterwards, I struggled with who do I even tell about this? Who's going to believe me? This isn't just as simple as seeing a Bigfoot. There's even people in that community that won't believe you if you've seen something else other than a Bigfoot. They were the first group of people that I went to about my encounter, and even they seemed reluctant to believe me. I went through a phase where I somehow convinced myself that I dreamt the whole thing up. But eventually, I came to my senses and realized that this is indeed truth. This was a real life, living and breathing creature. As much as it scared me to death, I've just learned to be overly cautious now about when I drive, especially at nighttime. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me, and that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, what do I do with the information now that you've told me? So it's more just about being cautious and knowing that there are things out there that we don't quite understand. The takeaway from my story is to be alert as possible and to always be aware of your surroundings. I've been living up here in rural Mississippi for the past 6 years now, and it's pretty common to hear a variety of different animal noises. Still, I can never pinpoint an animal to the sound that I've been listening to lately. It's pretty common to hear coyotes like that all the time, and my partner wants to say that this was a coyote, but let's be honest, a coyote doesn't sound like a dinosaur screaming. I only hear the sound at night, but it seems like I'm living in Jurassic Park. If you ever have seen the movie Jurassic Park, there are multiple times throughout each film where a dinosaur roars or makes a noise, and it just has this reptilian sound to it, where if you were blindfolded, and even though the T-Rex sound, for example, is made up of a few different tones, if you've ever watched a documentary on the making of it, it still sounds like it's coming from a large reptile or dinosaur. I'm telling you this, including this in the email, because that's the only way I can accurately describe and explain how this sounds. It sounds nothing like a coyote, and my partner seems to disagree with me. I don't know if it's because he's scared or what the deal is. It does not sound natural, and it is not anything that I've ever heard before. We live close to a rather large part of swampland, so already that's a strike against us. I've listened to all sorts of weird horror stories about people getting lost in the swamps and all the monsters that are supposed to be living in the swamp. Quote unquote monsters. And then I start hearing this at night. I don't believe monsters are real necessarily. I think I'm probably just hearing an unidentified animal, in my honest opinion. Still, scientifically, I've never heard any animal sound as loud as this, or matching this exact animal's timbre. I don't know how much you know about giant reptiles that live in swamps, but it almost has this hissing quality. As I'm typing this to you, I'm trying to sit here and think of what animal I can explain to you that would make the most sense. If you've ever heard a Komodo dragon, for example, they have this deep, angry groan hiss sound. That's not quite what I'm hearing, but imagine that amplified, encounters and sightings were frightening with how they retell their stories. I guess Bigfoot's real rampant out here, but I didn't know that before moving out here. I thought to myself that it could be a Bigfoot that I'm hearing out here in the swamps at night. But from what I've been told, and from what little I know about Bigfoot in general, they don't sound reptilian. Maybe they do. Hopefully you can answer me and reply. Perhaps it's an entirely new discovered species of animal that's only living here in the Mississippi swampland. I have held on to this encounter for a very long time, and I haven't told anybody about it because I fear I'll be mocked and called crazy. But maybe it's about time for me to finally share my experience with you. After listening to all the stories people have shared with you, it's really encouraged me to step up and share what happened to me back in the late summer of 1979 in Columbus, Mississippi. Your video series about reptilians is precisely what I wanted to talk about. Until recently, the past 6 months, I had no idea that there was anybody else out there who has seen a creature like I have. People talk about Bigfoot, and even I've heard about a thing called a Mothman, but I never would have guessed that other people have seen large reptilian humanoid creatures just like I did. I thought I was crazy because I thought I was the only one. I've never been into conspiracies to dive down that rabbit hole, but the more I listen to some of these stories, the more real this all makes it seem, and the more it all brings me back to that evening. I can tell you, it was July 10th in 1979, and it was beginning to get dusk. I lived out of a small house that I was renting with a few friends. I'd only been there for only a few months, and by nature, I'm a small town boy from Colorado. So a few friends of mine moved out here to start up a small business, and they really wanted me on the team to work in their department. I didn't have a job at the time, so I thought it would have been the perfect fit. Living with some friends, working at the same position, we could party and work together. What more of a life could you want at only 22 years old? Now, you need to understand something. At the time where I was living, it wasn't fully developed like everything is nowadays with stores and businesses everywhere. Commercial real estate in general has very much expanded in just about every area. Back then, this was about as rural as you could get, with only a few plots of land here and there, with houses sparsely spread. At the time, there was only a few other houses in the area, with mainly large empty fields and thick woods all around. You bet it was humid as hell. Our drive to work was approximately 25 minutes, which we enjoyed, because that means we could party and be as loud as we want to, without having angry neighbors calling the police on us. In fact, scaly looking. It had long arms. It did have a tail, but because the grass was so tall, its lower body was obscured. I almost dropped my cigarette and thought to myself, I just seen a lizard man. When I was outside smoking my cigarette and happened to see it, I wasn't necessarily looking for anything. I was just kind of spacing out, looking off in the distance, thinking about my day, when this thing rises up out of the tall grass. It was tall, though, because that grass is easily 3 feet tall, and it only came up to about mid-thigh to this creature. That meant that it was probably around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a massive reptile head. I don't know if it actually saw me or didn't. It just chose to ignore me, but it never looked over at me, and it's not like I was obscured by any trees or bushes. I was out there in the open, this small, tiny, skinny guy. We don't have any trees anywhere in the house of the yard, so I was sticking out if it would have looked over. I don't know if it was hunting or what it was doing, but it was obviously there before I even came out with a cigarette, crouching down in the grass. I was out there for probably 5 to 7 minutes before I saw this thing stand up and walk off. When it walked, it was just like a human. It had a very natural glide, it was long strides. It was incredibly muscly, and there wasn't, or at least looked to be, an ounce of fat on that thing at all. You could tell by the muscle mass that it was strong. It never made a noise, and I never smelled anything either. After it vanished into the trees, I dropped my cigarette, like I said, and ran inside because even though I wasn't told about what I saw, I was pretty freaked out. I had no idea that we had upright walking lizards out here. Like I said, just being a small town boy from Colorado, this was way out of my environment. I didn't tell any of my friends when I got home later that night, and that kind of kept us encountering myself for a really long time. But I do think about it from time to time. All these reptilian accounts you've been posting over the last few months have really brought me back to that moment, and I figured it was time for me to share mine. Now I know many of the accounts you share explain vastly different creatures, most of them acting very hostile and aggressive. Well, I don't think I saw any of those creatures you told. I definitely can stand behind the fact that it was an upright walking reptilian humanoid creature. It was very tall and enormous. I never saw it again after that, because the following year, I moved back to Colorado. Anyway, thank you for letting me share my experience with you. Back in the late 90s, a lady was said to have committed suicide on a portion of highway that borders a swamp-like area, crashing into an oncoming car. I don't know if her suicide has anything to do with my sighting, but the fact that the two coincide together just makes my skin crawl. In place of her death, or the part of her road that she shot off and died, is a memorial. You know, one of those typical sides of the road white crosses, adorned with flowers and other memorial-based items. Well, because of my work, I have to drive this two-lane highway every day, to and from. I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually been steady. In fact, my workload has actually doubled, if not tripled. And so because of that, I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually doubled, if not tripled, because of other people being laid off and me being kept on. I want to keep what I do in GUINNESS, so I'll leave it at that. But I'll just say that I help businesses create revenue and bring in more clients. Anyway, I was coming back in the evening time. Keep in mind that because it's spring and summer, it doesn't get dark out till super late. So at this point, the sun was just starting to go down, but it was still bright outside. I'm coming up the hill, getting ready to turn, and the ladies' memorial is right there on the side of the road. Well, as I'm coming up, my headlights, which by the way I keep on 24/7, because I prefer to practice good driving, they reflected these two lights to the side of the road, directly to my right where the memorial is. now to a slow 15, mouth agape and all. I didn't expect to see whatever this was. It looked to maybe be 4 to 5 feet tall, with a long tail that dropped behind it. I thought it was a person in a costume again, but it looked to me just like a lizard man, a real-life lizard man. It was really ugly too. After staring at me for a couple of seconds as I'm passing, it turns around and jumps right back into the trees where it came from. The longer I spent looking at it, the more I came to the conclusion that this was a real animal. If it was a costume, by any stretch of the means, then it was a Hollywood tier makeup and acting job. Why would anybody be out here on the side of the highway dressed up like that? I know people do crazy stuff, especially in this day and age with YouTube and everybody wanting views and fame, but it just seemed to be too far-fetched for me, and this thing was far too animalistic to be a person. I didn't want to believe that, of course. I wanted to believe it was actually a person. I saw what I saw, and I cannot argue with myself and say that this did not look animalistic. Even the look in its eye had that wild animal look. So afterwards, I called up my wife immediately and told her what I saw. Because, well, we tell each other everything, no matter how crazy. I told her that I was worried, and that I wasn't getting enough sleep, and I was starting to have visions. What I saw didn't look like a vision, though. It looked like a real flesh and blood living being. It looked intelligent, and looked very much kind of like a human does. The stature, the way it carried itself when it walked, everything. It's kept me up at night, that's for sure. In the next few days and evenings, when I would drive past that one spot, I kept looking for this thing to see if I could see what I saw. I never did see it again, and I have no idea what it was that I did see. I'm not sure how to wrap my mind around it, because it is just so left field for me. It didn't look like a monster, but maybe a lizard that was exposed to radioactivity, that became part human, mutant, or something. I know I'm venturing into the realm of comic book reality here, but the thought of it is just so unfathomable. I can't even come up with words to accurately put a picture of what I saw. It was a human reptile that walked just like a man and acted like a man. I find the term lizard man to be the best way to accurately describe this thing. In my earlier 20s, I was an outdoor junkie. I traveled all over the northern United States and even many parts of Canada to see as much as I could. My whole ideology is that life is so short. I don't want to miss what this beautiful earth has to offer me. I had just gotten out of a very toxic relationship for 4 years with a girl that I probably should have never dated. And to put it lightly, the breakup devastated me. So, I wanted to turn my life around and give my time and energy towards being out in nature. That's what really sparked this whole incident. Had none of that ever happened, I wouldn't have had my sightings as I did, and I certainly wouldn't have been at the Algonquin Provincial Park that day. To make a long story short, I sold everything I had, pretty much lived for hitchhiking and walking everywhere I went. It sounds crazy, but emotional turmoil will make you do crazy things, and I wanted to remedy my pain with nature instead of substances and alcohol and things that would make me feel empty. Anyway, enough talk of broken hearts and trying to heal. Let's get on to what happened. I had a sighting of a reptilian-like creature at Algonquin Park, Ontario, 5 years ago. I was hiking by myself, and I came to the end of Willis Trail. To the right, the trail curves, but there's a sudden drop-off. If you were to fall, it's about a 50 to 60 foot drop. As I'm approaching this drop-off, before I can even see down, I hear commotion, like something big moving around. At first, I get excited, because I think maybe I'm about to see a large bear, or something. But I look down, and I see this large reptilian thing, running on all fours off into the woods. I had to double take, because in my head, I'm thinking, what am I seeing? I wasn't high, I was not drunk, and I certainly was not on acid. I was sober as a honeybee. I was also the only one around because I did a lot of hikes by myself. I looked around to see if there's anybody else around me that I could motion to ask, did you see that too? Unfortunately, I was the only person around me. I stood there, looking out over the small drop-off into the canyon below, if you can even call it a canyon. About a few minutes later, an older man comes walking up the trail and smiles at me and greets me with a friendly hello. I turn to respond to him, but ask him if he's ever seen anything weird up here. He politely says no. You can tell by the look on his face that he isn't quite sure what I was getting at. I pointed down at the drop-off and said I just saw this weird reptile creature running on all fours like an animal down there, and I wanted to know if you've ever seen such a thing. He shook his head and continued on with his hike. Now, I was struggling with reality. Did I really see that? Well, I let it go in the moment, and I continued on with my hike. Fast forward years later, and I'm telling my friend about it because we got on the topic of seeing strange animals, and he was telling me about his Bigfoot sighting that he had had. I don't believe in Bigfoot, or anything that challenges the realm of reality that we live in, but I can't refute my experience, so I was telling him about what happened to me. He told me that I should go check out this YouTube channel called What Looks Beneath, and that I should submit my story to you. Well, I checked out your channel, and I was blown away to find that you had an entire series of that, dedicated to just reptilian cryptid creatures. I learned so much just spending a few hours listening to these encounters back to back. Crocodilian men, Komodo dragon-like people, very similar to what some of the creatures that I saw. I guess I'm not crazy after all, and I'm obviously not the only person seeing these types of creatures. Unlike a lot of the encounters you feature in your episodes, mine didn't happen anywhere close to a swamp, to my knowledge, but it did happen out in the open. Then, my story gets even weirder. Before I actually wrote my story and sent it to you, I learned about these large mountains that apparently reptilians are drawn to, and I didn't even know if they lived underground or not, or if they lived in these mountains, but they seem to be in all these reptilian stories. Well, I reached out to a couple of my friends who have frequently hiked in the Algonquin Provincial Park. I don't know why I didn't think to do this initially when I had my sighting. I reached out to them and asked if they had ever found anything weird on their journey traversing to the park and hiking. This is where my jaw hit the floor. One friend of mine was telling me, which by the way he's a very experienced outdoorsman, but doesn't know anything about cryptids or certainly reptilians. He discovered what he found were really large mountains, about 9 feet tall, just roughly 6.5 miles off trail. I couldn't believe what he was telling me. This was after I listened to several of your reptilian episodes, and I immediately put the two together. I can't believe what I'd heard. I had to sit down and process everything all these years later to realize that this was reality, and I actually saw a reptilian being. I never would have thought in a million years they existed, let alone resided in the Algonquin Provincial Park. A couple of years ago, my fiancé, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his sister invite us to their wedding down in San Diego. We're from New York City, so at first we had the idea to just catch a flight. But then I was struck with a fun idea. I brought up how we could leave a few weeks early sea is formed in its entirety. Its frame was at a bit of an obtuse angle, with the tips of its spines sticking out like spikes. Its arms were significantly shorter than its legs. In its hands, they appeared to have 4 fingers, with long, sharp, black nails at the end of each one. Its face resembled that of a person's, but it was so bizarrely shaped from being such that it was practically uncanny. Its eyes were like that of a snake's, and I soon realized that the thing had been trailing behind its body was in fact its tail. It had no skin. In fact, it appeared to be covered head to toe in dark green scales. This creature hissed at us, feeling a snake-like tongue that was previously hidden with its mouth. My fiancé and I ran, screaming and yelling for help as we did. This thing paced itself behind us, continuing to hiss and snarl. Some distance below, I could make out the lights of a small town. However, we were too high up on the cliff to safely navigate our way down. Instead, we had to keep following the road, which wound down into the city, and who knew how long that could take. I then thought of something. I stopped in my tracks, picking up a few rocks nearby. My fiancé asked what I was doing. I turned around and threw one at the creature. The first one missed, but the second one hit it right in the forehead. It made a noise of pain and stopped briefly, shaking its head. My fiancé and I continued running, but this monster seemed to be even angrier. It picked up its pace, and it wasn't terribly fast, neither were we, and I had no idea whether or not we had enough stamina to whatever this was. Once we were nearly down the cliff, a car had driven past us, loudly honking its horn as we were far too close for his or her liking. The creature screeched and ran off somewhere to the side, but we continued moving forward. It didn't seem to follow us anymore, but we weren't going to take any chances. As we neared the entrance of town, we finally allowed ourselves to catch our breath. We walked into a nearby McDonald's, got ourselves water before anything else, and then sat down on our boots, taking a minute to try and piece together what had just happened. My fiancé tried to lighten up the moment by reminding me that we, in fact, did end up making it to our destination. We tried calling the rental company, but we just got an automated message that their offices were closed for the night, and that we needed to call back in the morning. Not knowing what else to do, we walked to a small hotel and rented a room. We were exhausted, and despite what had just happened, fell asleep easily. It definitely helped that we had each other. The morning after, we called the rental company before anything else. They said that they would send out a tow truck to get the car fixed, and that we could pick up the car in town later that day. We checked into the hotel and went back to the McDonald's and had breakfast. My fiancé says the closest thing he could find to what he saw was a chupacabra. But even then, some depictions made it appear as if it were a dog, coyote-like creature, not a reptilian-looking thing. So we were left pretty stumped as to what the hell it was. sense, and I don't really plan to. I'm not exactly scared of stumbling upon the reptile man again, considering it was in Mexico. I don't exactly have a reason to go back there. Still, it makes me wonder what other kinds of creatures are out in the world, waiting for unsuspecting victims to come across them. Perhaps even on the higher side. Whatever the case, I'm just glad I live in a place where there aren't many reptiles, or reptile men. When I was a young child, I used to go stay with my aunt every day after school. She, my aunt, lives in a beautiful farmhouse far on the outskirts of my town. She grew up in the plain countryside and is a true woman of the land. She tends to chickens, ducks. She even has a few cows here and there, though they're just our dairy cows now. She gathers her own milk from the rain and is the prime example of a self-sufficient lady, or what others refer to as a prepper. On one occasion, however, as a child, I must have been around 8 or 9. I encountered something terrible and deadly at her house. It was in the garden. The garden is large and has a whole array of flowers. The smells are intoxicating and are enough to make anybody fall for the allure of these flowers. It's in this place that the experience happened. It was springtime, so there's just an ethereal beauty surrounding the entire place. My aunt took really good care of her garden, and it looked beautiful. I was a boisterous 9-year-old boy, so I would spend much of my day kicking balls and running through the garden with my younger siblings. I knew this experience might sound crazy, and I'm a very logical person. I came across your channel because I just spent evenings scrolling through YouTube, watching funny videos. I thought, man, I wonder if this person would be interested at all in what happened to me as a kid. So I was saying, I was around 8 or 9. Well, my aunt had a bunch of chickens out back and wanted me to bring them in so she could slaughter them for dinner. I know, not very animal friendly or vegan, but I can't sugarcoat the story. I remember exactly what I was wearing. A little red t-shirt, yellow shorts, and blue boots. It was a little rainy too, so I had on a yellow raincoat. Before I grabbed the chicken, my aunt wanted me to feed the ducks too in her pond. The pond was near the bottom of the garden. It was somewhere that I loved to go sit and be still. At that time, my father was a pretty good alcoholic and would often come home and trash the house, screaming at my mom and starting fistfights in front of me, throwing furniture, and nearly choking her out. It was extremely traumatic and very toxic, for me as a kid especially, and so that's where I spent a lot of my time in my lungs. I felt that it was a safe place for me, and the place I felt most still and serene was around the pond, watching the little ducks move quickly around the pond. On this day, however, I did not feel peaceful. As I stood there, throwing in little pieces of squished up bread, a gray cloud enveloped the sky, and it looked like it was going to start pouring soon. I panicked a little, as my aunt's house is only about 100 yards from the pond, and I knew if I got wet, she would be mad. I continued standing there, looking at the ducks, and noticed something very strange and ominous. In the corner of the pond, there was a little splash of blood, as if one of the ducks had been bleeding. I looked in the pond to see if I could see any more, but no, I didn't. At that thought she would never keep such a creature. The creature turned to me and stared at me with red slits for eyes, which glared a menacing look, as if it could build its tongue out and eat me there and then. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran back to my aunt. I didn't turn my head until I got in. The creature was gone. I could only assume it had slid back to the swamp behind my aunt's pond. She felt my head and could feel the streams of cold sweat running down my brow. She knew I was not lying. It was the weirdest thing. And that night, she made me some hot tea and allowed me to sleep with her. Later that year, my aunt died of a sudden heart attack. She was distraught at the time because most of her farm animals were getting sick and dying, just disappearing altogether, which was odd. Environmental health officers and veterinarians said it was the pollution in the air, but I felt this creature had a part to play in it. Whatever this was, it was monstrous. It didn't look like an alligator, but more like a mutated giant lizard. But I don't know. It's hard for me to describe because I've never seen such a weird-looking creature. It was there in the moment, and then after I ran away, it was gone. I almost wonder if it was planning on sneaking up on me and devouring me whole, because it was right in a spot that had I not turned to look at it, I would have never seen it, and it could have came right up on me. Anyway, my aunt later on that year had a heart attack, like I said, but it was again because I think she was just going through so much stress, losing a lot of her livestock and her prized cows, which were disappearing somehow, and they couldn't find them anywhere. No traces of their body. So again, I don't really know how to summarize it all, but I just know that I'm not crazy, and this did happen to me. I know what I saw, and it was real. When I was at college in the early 2000s, I spent a lot of my time partying. I'm 39 now, married with 2 kids, and immensely happy with my life. I know I drank too much back then. Hey, I may have even smoked a little weed from time to time, but generally, I was a good kid. I'm a Midwesterner, and so I grew up knowing that I wanted to make my mom proud and my dad proud. So I knew how to stay away from the crowd. Well, I tried, but one night, I was at my dorm, and this guy was going around the hallway, knocking on people's doors. I heard the muttering, and I had no real idea what he was saying. I was working on my desktop at the time, on an assignment, and hoped he wouldn't know mine. But of course he did. This guy had black hair, dark eyes, and a long leather jacket. He had a blank stare, and some shady-looking eyes, but he held out his arm and showed me something. He had some ecstasy. He asked me if I wanted to buy it, and of course I said no. At the time, weed was the only drug I would have ever tried, and even that made me feel really sleepy. I shut the door in the guy's face. I had the strangest feeling he was angry at me. His stare alone was just cold and clinical, as if he could have killed me there and then, and walked away, feeling nothing. I guess to be a drug dealer, you have to separate all your human emotions and just focus on making money. After he left, I went in the kitchen and talked about it with my roommate. He wondered who would let this guy into our door. It was totally risky and a real hazard. I mean, if he found a vulnerable girl, he could have drugged and raped her. We felt really concerned, but we didn't want to alert the campus authorities, as we had already had a problem after a drunk guy trashed our place. The campus authorities told us if there were any more problems, they would evict us. At 19 years old, I couldn't have imagined anything worse than going back to live with my folks. I was an independent guy now, working hard and enjoying having a cold beer in the evening, waking up when I wanted and eating whatever I wanted. Me and my buddy decided to keep it quiet. Just keep our eyes open for anything else unusual. We would also tell the rest of the hallway to be alert and not to get too drunk until we could find out more about this guy and who and why he targeted us. That night, I went to bed at around 11 p.m. I was smart, and I had a big test the next day. I and I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. I went outside to confront him, but when I turned around the corner where my bedroom faces, I couldn't see anybody. I couldn't even see the girl. I panicked. I looked around everywhere. At that moment, my eyes expanded to the size of footballs. A huge reptile-like creature was staring at me, standing in the exact same spot as the girl had been minutes earlier. This thing looked like a perfect mix of a human being and a lizard. This thing was huge and tall, standing at about 10 feet, with slimy green scaly skin, and a bald head, and enormous yellow eyes. I felt sick, like somebody had shot me right in the stomach. My shoulders became heavy, and my breathing became slow, and I honestly felt I was going to collapse from a massive stroke. The creature continued staring at me. I raised my hands as if surrendering in an attempt to appease this thing. I would consider a demon to this day, just in case it charged at me. I couldn't take in what I was saying, but I knew in the darkest parts of my mind this wasn't a dream. The wind was blowing, and I was aware of my sheer vulnerability. My mind raced. What had happened? Was this a prank? Or perhaps I had unknowingly taken ecstasy. This was a whole hallucination. Nothing added up, but I felt mentally well enough. I did not feel like I was high on drugs. I knew what I was seeing was real, and it was just too animalistic and vicious to be another human dressed up. The creature kind of made a scoffing sound at me, and then slowly, without breaking eye contact, retreated back into the bushes before finally disappearing entirely. Well, I say bushes, but they were more like hedges, because they engulfed this entire thing as it stood back into it. I went back inside and poured myself a hot cup of coffee. I picked the phone up to call the police, but then decided against it. I felt I would appear crazy, and I knew if they did a drug test, they might find traces of marijuana or alcohol, and I didn't want to get a bad rap on the record. I had a really bright future ahead of me, with lots of promise, and I didn't know if that would be ruined. At the time, I don't know exactly what this was. Was it a creature, or did I see a demon? I wasn't sure. And it wasn't until the past few years that with the capabilities of the internet and all the resources I have, that I really kind of began looking into it. And I could sum up that I think I may have encountered some kind of reptilian being. But I don't know. I'm only speculating, and I'm submitting this story to you so that you can give me the answers that I seek. I've been living out here in rural Mississippi for the past 6 years now, and it's pretty common to hear a variety of different animal noises. Still, I can never pinpoint an animal to the sound that I've been listening to lately. It's pretty common to hear coyotes like that all the time, and my partner wants to say that this was a coyote, but let's be honest, a coyote doesn't sound like a dinosaur screaming. I only hear the sound at night, but it seems like I'm living in Jurassic Park. If you ever have seen the movie Jurassic Park, there are multiple times throughout each film where a dinosaur roars or makes a noise, and it just has this reptilian sound to it, where if you are blindfolded, and even though the T-Rex sound, for example, is made up of a few different tones, if you've ever watched a documentary on the making of it, it still sounds like it's coming from a large reptile or dinosaur. I'm telling you this and including this in the email because that's the only way I can accurately describe and explain how this sounds. It sounds nothing like a coyote, and my partner seems to disagree with me. I don't know if it's because he's scared or what the deal is. It does not sound natural, and it is not anything that I've ever heard before. We live close to a rather large part of swampland, so I thought I was crazy because I thought I was the only one. I had never been into conspiracies to dive down that rabbit hole. But the more I listen to some of these stories, the more real this all makes it seem, and the more it all brings me back to that evening. I can tell you, it was July 10th in 1979, and it was beginning to get dusk. I lived out of a small house that I was renting with a few friends. I'd only been there for around a few months, and by nature, I'm a small town boy from Colorado. So a few friends of mine moved out here to start up a small business, and they were known to me on the team to work in their department. I didn't have a job at the time, so I thought it would have been the perfect fit. Working with some friends, working at the same position. We could party and work together. What more of a life could you want at only 22 years old? Now, you need to understand something. At the time where I was living, it wasn't fully developed like everything is nowadays with stores and businesses everywhere. Commercial real estate in general has very much expanded in just about every area. Back then, this was about as rural as you could get, with only a few plots of land here and there, with houses sparsely spread. At the time, there was only a few other houses in the area, with mainly large empty fields and thick woods all around. You bet it was humid as hell. Our drive to work was approximately 25 minutes, which we enjoyed, because that means we could party and be as loud as we want to, without having angry neighbors calling the police on us. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons why we decided to go in and put this house together. If you look up from the front door, it goes out all the way to the front road, and beyond that, it dips down in a small pavement to a thick grassy field that goes on for acres and acres into denser woods. You can call it an empty meadow, because the only thing that's really there is probably some marshland and some really, really tall grass. At the time, there was zero development, and the closest house is probably a half mile down the road in either direction. Again, perfect for young kids in their early 20s to party without disturbing anybody purposefully. And might I say that at that age, I drank like a pirate. At the time of the sighting, I was stone cold sober, and I really want to hone in on that. I was the only one home at the time, because my few other roommates were out doing something. I don't remember what. Probably out chasing girls like they always did, and working. I was usually the more reserved one. I was outside having a cigarette, and I see this giant lizard standing from the tall grass in the field opposite the side of the house. I stared at it intently for a few seconds, just trying to comprehend what I was looking at. Then, it turned its head, and its whole body followed. It slowly began walking towards the wood line, which was probably about a few hundred yards. I watched this thing walk all the way towards the wood line, before finally entering and disappearing. This thing looked like a Komodo dragon crossed with a human. It was dark and scaly looking, and had long arms. It did have a tail, but because the grass was so tall, its lower body was obscured. I almost dropped my cigarette and thought to myself I just seen a lizard man. When I was outside smoking my cigarette and happened to see it, I wasn't necessarily looking for anything. I was just kind of spacing out, looking off in the distance, thinking about my day, when this thing rises up out of the tall grass. It was tall, though, because that grass is easily 3 feet tall, and it only came up to about mid-thigh to this creature. That meant that it was probably around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a massive reptile head. I don't know if it actually saw me or didn't. It just chose to ignore me, but it never looked over at me, and it's not like I was obscured by any trees or bushes. I was out there in the open, this small, tiny, skinny guy. We don't have any trees anywhere in the house or the yard, so I was sticking out if it would have looked over. I don't know if it was hunting or what it was doing, but it was obviously there before I even came off the cigarette, crouching down in the grass. I was out there for probably 5 to 7 minutes before I saw this thing stand up and walk off. When it walked, it was just like a human. It had a very natural glide with long strides. It was incredibly muscly, and there wasn't or at least looked to be an ounce of fat on that thing at all. You could tell by the muscle mass that was strong. It never made a noise, and I never smelled anything either. After it vanished into the trees, I drew my cigarette, like I said, and ran inside because even though I was intolerant of what I saw, I was pretty freaked out. I had no idea that we had upright walking lizards out here. Like I said, just being a small town boy from Colorado, this was way out of my environment. I didn't tell any of my friends when I got home later that night, and I kind of kept this encounter to myself for a long time. But I do think about it from time to time. All these reptilian accounts you've been posting over the last few months have really brought me back to that moment, and I figured it was time for me to share mine. Now, I know many of the accounts you share explain vastly different creatures. Most of them acting very hostile and aggressive. Well, I don't think I saw any of those creatures you told. I definitely can stand behind the fact that it was an upright-looking reptilian humanoid creature. It was very tall and enormous. I never saw it again after that, because the following year, I moved back to Colorado. Anyway, thank you for letting me share my experience with you. So, my uncle is now 79 years old, and fortunately, he now sits on his deathbed with not too much longer left to live. He's doing what most people do on their deathbed, professing all the bad things they've ever done in their life, all the wrongdoings, and trying to make the best wrongs right that they can. He's well aware he doesn't have a lot of time left, so he shared with us some of his crazy experiences in life, which were heartbreaking and hilarious all at the same time. These moments are very bittersweet, but he shared with my mother and I something very disturbing. For about 9 years, my uncle was heavily involved in the mafia. I don't know if the mafia or gang he was affiliated with had any association with the Italian mafia, the Russian mafia, etc. But I do know that they were bad guys. He told me that he himself had killed over 20 people for drugs, for money, for sex, for ripping off the mafia. The list goes on and on. It's something that my uncle is very, well, not proud of. And him telling my mother and I was really the first time he's ever really professed it. He went on a tangent, and he told us this strange experience he had. I still don't know what to make of it. It's disturbing, but I know my uncle. I saw the look in his eyes as he's retelling the story. This is not made up. I saw his genuine reaction as he's explaining this to us. Whatever this was scared him to the bone. Even though the story that I'm going to share with you is his story. It is disturbing, but bear with me. To retell this event, we're going to go back to 1972. My father and his mafia partner just got done putting a bullet into this man's head for ripping them off on a drug deal. I think the whole thing involved cocaine, in mass quantities of it to be exact. And I think when he was confronted about it, he told them to go F yourself, to put it politely. Well, being the mafia, they're not going to stand for that, so they took care of business, as they like to call it. My uncle and his partner disposed of his body in the only way they really knew how back then. To take his body out to the middle of the swamp and dump it and bury it. Let the alligators and whatever other bugs out there take care of the rest. I'll never forget when my uncle looked us in the eyes and said, the amount of times we did this to get rid of bodies and were never caught. It's a number that I myself have down and sped back to the car at record-breaking speed, while turning around and firing a couple shots off of this thing. He wasn't even sure if it was following him. He was just in a complete state of shock and panic. Made it back to the car and got out of there. He had bigger fears. His partner, now dead, and the body was left exposed in a trash bag, sitting out in the open with a shovel. If caught, their DNA was all over everything. All of this, coupled with the fact that he just encountered some sort of giant storm blizzard that killed his partner in one quick swipe. What was he going to say about his partner going missing? What he told us is that the mafia believed that he had some part to play in his partner's death and tortured him consecutively for 4 days straight. He never exactly told the version of the story that he told us about a storm blizzard coming out and disemboweling his partner. They would have never believed a word for him and probably would have killed him. In fact, my uncle is very glad and humbled to be alive. He claims he's very surprised they didn't take his life, but that they would rather teach him a lesson. I had asked him if he could describe what he saw in more detail, the thing that killed his partner, and he just kept saying that it looked like a big lizard with huge teeth and long claws, and that it ran on 2 legs, just like a person, but was shorter than him and his partner, which, by the way, him and his partner were pretty average height, 5'10", 5'11", in the dark lighting conditions of the swamp, and the lantern being his only real source of light. It's hard for me to accurately guess how much he truly did see, but it must be serious to traumatize a cold-blooded man like him. A man who had no problems killing you if you came between him and his mafia family. In case you didn't catch it the first time, this was in northern Louisiana, sometime in the early morning hours, I was told. My uncle then veered off to a different story, but I can tell it was hard for him to retell to us. It was clearly a very traumatic event. Since hearing my uncle's story, I've had the chance to check out a few of your reptilian encounters on your channel, just to try and verify if there's any corresponding details that exist between his story and the stories you've posted. While I can't pinpoint anything exactly, it's pretty eerie that other people besides my uncle have seen reptilian creatures in the swamps. I've always known that the swamps were dangerous and home to alligators, but if you would have told me that they were home to man-sized carnivorous lizards, well, that's a totally different thing on its own. My sighting takes place in southwestern Tennessee. This is in a place known as the Cross Creeks National Wildlife Refuge, right alongside the Cumberland River, not too far outside of the small town of Dover. East, I was driving home late one night on the 49. This is where I had a sighting of what I would like to call the man iguana from hell. The 49 is pretty much a straight 2-lane highway that travels all throughout the wetlands. There's really nothing too exciting to see, except what I saw in my case was extraordinary, and not in a good way. This 2-lane highway traverses throughout the wetlands, covered with thick forest on both sides of the road, and again, the Cumberland River. Right nearby, it's important to keep an eye out for deer and anything else that the river might draw, like any other nocturnal animals. I'm not a Tennessee native by any means, but I've been around here long enough that I feel pretty confident driving here, especially around nighttime. It was getting close to midnight, so it was pretty dark outside. No other cars on the road at this time. Out of the woods to my left comes a creature, what I called the iguana man from hell. I call it that because that's exactly what it looks like. Every detail of this thing, this being was horrifying, down to every inch. This thing comes out of the forest to my left, crosses the road in front of me, and heads north and down towards the river. This thing was so large that it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature was so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression